Okay, all updated.
Excellent.
Actually, Scotty, I don't think that I could do better than what you got from Yoko Ono.
Isn't that a beautiful quote?
I don't think I could do better than Idol.
So she wasn't so bad after all.
No.
She got a bad rap. She's got her bad rap.
Oh my goodness. Yes. Can you imagine?
Scott, can I just try to see if I can show my, I just want to try to make sure I got all the right buttons for my presentation.
Sure. Sure. We're just in countdown mode. So here, I'll stop sharing. You go ahead.
Sure, thanks.
Okay.
Because I remember last time I had to do something funny and I don't remember what
Okay.
it was.
I'll put into slideshow mode.
Dash. So I can do this one. Let's see. Maybe I'll do this one. Choice. How's that? So if I do that,
Now you want to go try presentation mode.
yep, that's what I got. And now I see nothing. That's why I'm testing it. Now I don't see anything.
Now you're in presentation mode. Or you were
We
anyway.
can see you.
Okay, I'll do the other one then. We'll do the other share. I'll do this one. And we'll do presentation. Does that work? Okay, I still can't see anything. Oh, there it is.
There you go.
Did that work?
Yep.
Let's take a look. Okay, I'll just take a look here. Maybe it takes a second. My PC's old.
Oh,
Yep, that works.
you're popping in and popping out, of
Okay,
presentation.
how's that?
That looks
That's good.
Yeah.
Good? Okay, okay, good. I will do
right.
that. Stop there. Thank you. I'm done.
Okay. You're welcome.
Yeah, my PC's very slow. Oh, guess I have to buy a new MacBook.
It looked lightning fast to me.
Okay.
So Russell, if I remember, the deal is that we do this tonight and you do all my marking for me tomorrow, right?
No. What do you
That
have?
was the deal.
Everyone, you guys are doing really great. It's a B for everyone. Any questions?
They're science students. They will hate you for a B.
Yes, they will.
They will line up outside of, they'll take the bus into University of Montreal to complain.
Yeah, sounds like my students too. Yeah, I've had a
At the
few-
moment, any that are watching are probably sitting there going, wait, he has other people do our marking? What?
It's outsourced. I want my money back. Well, it was interesting though, because some of you know I was out west. I just got back last night in order to be here and make sure I can do this like at home. But I was at Whistler a couple of days ago and I had my student meeting. So I supervise all my students one at a time. And the Wi-Fi coverage was better outside. So I just sit outside and some of the students were, sir, there are mountains behind you. Oh yeah. Yeah, they're hard to hide. Yes. Where are you exactly? Well, I'm not really in Montreal right now.
Yes, sir.
Oh, shucks.
Yeah.
My brother-in-law says that you use the staircase method of grading your spaces.
Yes,
Staircase.
I've heard of that one, unfortunately.
That's not good.
I can happily say I don't know of any teachers that have actually done it and admit to it, but oh my gosh,
No.
that's sad.
Can't do it. Read everything individually and
Yes, it's the best way to get to know your students is to
Yeah.
actually see what they have to say about something.
Yeah. And then I don't have any exams in any of my courses. They're all assignments. So after you've got like 4 or 5 assignments from them, you know what they're like and what they write, and they can't really outsource the final assignment. So
No.
yeah, it's really hard. Yeah, we used to have exams for one of our core undergrad courses, but no, we got rid of it. So now it's all individual assignments and cases, and yeah, it's great. But it's a lot harder for us to mark. But I think the
Yes.
students like it a lot better because it's much more personalized. How about you, Kareem? I guess you have much bigger classes. I'm at 45.
No, that's actually about the size. We're between 35 to 45 for all of our courses, core and the option courses. So,
Okay, wow.
but it's it's multiple preps every term right now, and it's a handful because it's running the lab side and the lecture side and all the prep and all the marking. And right now I'm chairing both courses that I teach, so
Boy.
keeps it fun.
So you have to do a new prep every year or every term?
So it's not necessarily a new prep, but it has to be a different prep. And for me, I keep everything fresh. So I don't,
Okay.
I reuse materials, but I redevelop them every term and I adjust them to the class. So if the class is having more difficulty with a certain type of question or a certain area, I'll emphasize that. And then astronomy, my astronomy course is student directed and it's just in time. So they choose the resources that we'll be doing as the background reading for the next week. And then I adjust all of my teaching to accommodate for what they've already seen and what I need them to see before the end of that period.
Okay. Yeah,
But I do that to myself.
Okay, yeah, I just mine. I update it all the time. Yeah. So if you're not a teacher, you're probably finding this conversation boring. But actually, we're probably all teachers. That's why we're here, right? We like this stuff.
We're teachers of some type or another,
Yeah,
because
we like-
informal teaching is as important.
It is. It is. It's like it's sharing passion, sharing interest. Yeah, I like it.
Wendy was a teacher for 26 years.
Wow.
Yay!
Yeah, we can hear her in the back.
Hi, Wendy.
Hi, Wendy.
Hi.
And that was Russell and Kareem who said hi to you, Wendy.
Hi.
Sending greetings around the world.
Yep.
It's the best way to do it.
That's right. So those of you who are watching in the background, this is an educational outreach event of the Royal Astronomical Society of Canada, Montreal Centre, and the Royal Astronomical Society in New Zealand. So this is an astronomy event that is spanning the globe. It's live right now, and we could use your help in educational outreach by simply sharing, liking, subscribing, ringing that little bell, and helping us all out to spread the word. And if you have questions for any of the presenters here, feel free to put them in live chat. We're right now on Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, and YouTube. So be happy to share your questions and comments and stuff with the group as we can.
Definitely. We're always open to answering questions too.
We are. Yeah, we love this stuff. Yep, true. Just doing a meta awareness of what we're doing right now was probably in a science fiction movie like 10, 20 years ago.
Yep. Absolutely.
Trying to think of some cheesy Arnold Schwarzenegger movie, but no, I can't remember which one it was.
Did you just call Arnold cheesy? How dare you?
Total Recall.
Oh, that's it. Total retard.
Probably
You're
watching right
That's
now. Putting on those dark sunglasses, hopping on that motorcycle.
Cohagen, give
right to
those
your
people
house.
air.
Okay, who could do the best Arnie imitation?
It's me. Give those people air, Cohagen.
Oh yeah, that's right. No, I like Commando. Remember when I said I would kill you last? Well, I lied.
Oh, and it's still early in the night. What's going
It
on
is.
with us?
Well, it's lunchtime in New Zealand. Jeez.
Yeah, that's right.
They're all looking at Linus going, what did you just get us into here? Who are these people?
I didn't see that on the agenda. Where did that come from?
Grogu says hi.
Sorry.
Hey,
who does?
David, how are you?
Hey, David.
Hi, David.
Hi.
Oh, sorry, we have to say hi to
David,
Grogu
I
as
gotta-
well.
Hi, Nicole. David, I got a question for you. You're our expert on launches and stuff. So
Sorta, yeah.
that SpaceX launch, are they citizen astronauts or are they space tourists?
Citizen astronauts, I'd say.
Oh, yeah.
I
So
think
here's,
more than
here,
tourists.
but the strange thing is Chris Hadfield referred to all four of them as tourists, or sorry, as astronauts.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I mean,
He
Yes, and
he
another-
specifically called them astronauts after their 6 months of training, and
Oh, they train. Okay.
I'm sorry. I'm impressed Chris Hadfield took that big of a stand, but he did.
Well, it
And
was
another astronaut said, they've been out in space for 4 days. They are astronauts.
then they've been higher than even the ISS, almost by double. So it's the first time people have gone that high above the Earth since, like, you know, in a very long time. So
Okay. Yeah, 4 days. That's a lot. A lot of radiation exposure.
I'll do it.
Yeah.
Well, did you read in the next Blue Origin flight? William Shatner's heading up.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah,
What a ham. He's still a ham.
Oh, yeah.
but he's our Montreal ham. Come on, he's one of us.
That's right.
You got the Shatner building sitting there at McGill.
Is it still called the Shatner? I thought they
Oh
changed
yeah,
the name.
oh
Really?
yeah,
Yeah.
still Shatner.
I just heard we might be getting the Expos back this summer.
Really?
Oh, I'm not joking with the Devil Rays from Tampa Bay. They announced there's an announcement coming in November.
It depends. If they win the World Series, Tampa's going to keep them.
Yeah, well, they won't win the World Series.
There we go. A 360 from talking Arnold Schwarzenegger films to baseball.
There we go. Yep. All connected to space.
The Lucy spacecraft will be taking a journey where no other spacecraft has gone before, the Trojan asteroids. The Trojans are two groups of asteroids that lead and trail Jupiter in its orbit around the Sun, and they've been trapped in these stable locations for over 4 billion years. Lucy will have a suite of scientific instruments for collecting data as it flies by the asteroids. LaLaurie is a long-range reconnaissance imager. It's often referred to as Lucy's Eagle Eyes, since it has the highest spatial resolution of all of Lucy's cameras. This black and white camera is actually a type of telescope, the same kind as the Hubble Space Telescope. LaLaurie was built to produce clear images of the Trojans' craters, which will be a challenge since the Trojan asteroids are extremely dark. LaLaurie will be able to see 75-yard wide craters from over 600 miles away. That's like standing at one end of a football field and being able to see a fly at the other end.
Wow.
The instrument's simple design does not use optical filters and includes no moving parts, reducing the risk of part failure during the mission. LaLaurie will also search the Trojans for evidence of any rings and new satellites. The instrument's ability to see faint targets from far away also makes it perfect for optical navigation. LaLaurie will help Lucy navigate to a point in space, and then a terminal tracking camera aboard the spacecraft, known as T2CAM, will help the instruments accurately point towards the targets. LaTeS is Lucy's thermal emission spectrometer, which detects far infrared radiation emitted by the asteroids due to how they are heated up by sunlight. LaTeS detects this radiation using a small telescope to focus the incoming energy onto a detector, similar to the way a remote thermometer works. So, LaTeS is not taking images, but rather temperature measurements at various points on the asteroid. This data will be combined so that scientists can get an understanding of its surface properties. LaTeS will examine the properties of the regolith on the surface by measuring thermal inertia, which is the measure of how slowly the asteroid heats up from sunlight and then releases that heat. By taking the temperature readings at different parts of the asteroid, the Lucy science team can measure the thermal inertia and figure out how much dust, sand, or rock is present on the asteroid's surface. That data will tell us a lot about how the asteroid was formed, providing insight into the history of our solar system. Lucy's LaRalph instrument will search the Trojans for organics, ices, and hydrated minerals, and will help determine the surface compositions of the asteroids. LaRalph is actually two instruments in one, and together they will measure and analyze the spectra of light absorbed and reflected by the asteroid. The first is a color visible imager, the Multispectral Visible Imaging Camera, or MVIC. It takes visible light color images of the Trojan asteroids. The second is an infrared imaging spectrometer, known as LISA, the Linear Etalon Imaging Spectral Array, which collects infrared spectra of the asteroids. Like LaLaurie, LaRalph does not have a focusing mechanism. Instead, it is designed to stay in focus despite the extreme temperature differences in space by being made almost entirely from a single block of aluminum. Using one material throughout the instrument means that if a part expands or contracts, the other parts will expand or contract at the same rate, helping to keep Le Ralph in focus. Even the mirrors are made of aluminum, finely polished with diamond dust. Due to the massive size of the images Le Ralph will be taking, the instrument will have around 256 gigabits of onboard memory. And while the Le Ralph instrument aboard Lucy does require substantially more power than its predecessors on other spacecraft, it will still not use more energy than your average ceiling fan. In addition to these three main science instruments, other experiments aboard the spacecraft will help fulfill the mission. Lucy will use its high-gain antenna to communicate with Earth for an additional radio science experiment to determine the masses of the asteroid targets. Lucy will also be able to use its two terminal tracking cameras, or T2 cam, to track the asteroids during the flybys, keep them in the field of view, and to take wide-field images so that we can better determine their shapes and perhaps discover new asteroids nearby. As you can see, the Lucy spacecraft has a large suite of tools to study the Trojan asteroids, which will help us better understand the formation of our solar system.
Hello, everybody. This is Scott Roberts from Explore Scientific and the Explore Alliance, and here we are at our 64th Global Star Party, and it gives me great pleasure to introduce two amazing organizations, which is the Royal Astronomical Society of Canada, Montreal Centre, and the Royal Astronomical Society of New Zealand, this is the brainchild of Russell Fralich, who came up with the idea and organized this entire event. So I'm going to turn this program over to Russell. He is the outreach coordinator for the Montreal Centre, and he's doing a great job. And I think this is maybe his third or fourth time here on Global Star Party. So Russell, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Great. Thanks very much, Scott. Well, really excited to be here. And I can't claim the credit, of course, because this has been a really team effort. Kareem, of course, as always, has been doing a lot of the background work and the front ground work, as always. And we have a big team of presenters on both sides of the Pacific. So I'd like to get started by welcoming everybody. Just make sure I can see my slides, and you can too. So so my name is Russell. Can you see my slide? Can I get a thumbs up from people?
We can see them, Russell.
Yay, great. All right, so my name's Russ. I'm the outreach coordinator. Thanks very much, Scott, and welcome to Montreal for those of you who are not familiar. As Scott was talking about, the idea came when I was visiting my daughter in New Zealand. So in honor of that, I've got my Canadian beaver and I've got my my little kiwi. So I've got these guys together again. I always travel with my kiwi, and people come up to me and said, "Oh, that's very interesting. What kind of animal is that?" So I really like it. Just to give you a quick introduction, we have a lot of really great speakers coming up just to talk to you about this is where we are. And we're about 15,000 kilometers or about 9,400 miles apart. I checked on Google. So we've got speakers from both continents, and it came up when I went to a star party in Eden Park in Auckland, and at the observatory there, and I was there and by myself. My family was out eating dinner, and there was a big star thing, so I had to go. And there was a little boy, maybe 8 or 9, looking at me, and we started talking, and he admitted he had never seen the Big Dipper. And I thought, that's so strange. Why not? And of course not.
No, down there, sure.
Yeah, exactly. But I never really even thought about it before. And of course, when I looked at the sky in the morning, the moon was upside down for me. And I thought, geez, there's a whole bunch of things I can't see, but I'm able to see in New Zealand. So I actually did a star tour at Lake Tekapo later on in the South Island, and then even down to Dunedin. And that's where the idea came from. I said, geez, maybe there's a way we can get this stuff together. So this is our big attempt to get the two hemispheres together. And the idea is that each group tries to emphasize things that they believe the other group can never see from their observation point. So for those of you who are not familiar with Montreal, here's our map of Canada. We're on the east side of the country. We're the French-speaking province. Montreal is, for those of you, if you don't know Canadian geography, we're about an hour's flight directly north of New York City. So we're pretty conveniently located. So we can get to LaGuardia, no problem, in an hour. Montreal actually is an island. We're in the middle of a relatively large river called the St. Lawrence, and we're surrounded on all sides. We have a city of about 2 million and a metropolitan area of about 4 million. And for astronomers, of course, that means the conditions really suck. We have a lot of light pollution. And we have a few areas where it's a little bit darker, but and we have a site on the island that we'll talk about in a moment. But generally, to get to the dark stuff, you have to leave. And for us, that usually requires maybe an hour, maybe two of driving to get outside. So for instance, I often go to these provincial parks, Parc du Mont-Tremblant or Parc Mont-Mégantic, and they're about 2 to 2.5 hour drive away. And then we get to like Bordeaux 3, Bordeaux 2 side, which is pretty nice. But otherwise, the light conditions are, as in all major cities, pretty crappy. A couple of words about about our center. So we're a pretty lively center, as you can see, because we have the Star Party, among other things. And Kareem is especially energetic and with all the different public events that we've been holding. Montreal Centre was actually started in 1918, so we've been around for over 100 years. And we have over 160 members, and we have bi-weekly events. And the COVID lockdown really didn't slow us down very much, I must say. All our activities, of course, went online as everybody else's. Well, we have a long range of different things that we produce. We have our Skyward newsletter to members, and actually the editor is Gerald. He's on here, and he and Dominique will be giving us a presentation shortly. We also have a series of public events and talks, and Kareem does all of that stuff and much, much more. We have observing events and star parties and workshops. And again, this has all been affected by COVID, but now that the restrictions are starting to recede, we're beginning to start a little bit with some of the in-person things. We have the Bellevue Observatory with a 14-inch mead. We have our off-site Woolly Woods dark site with a 16-inch Explorer Scientific. We have our library at John Abbott College, where Kareem is a professor, where we also offer telescope rentals and the occasional swap sale. And if you're interested in this information, please have a look at rascmontreal.org. To give you an idea of what kind of things are coming up, we have our weekly members clubhouses every Wednesday and Saturday evening at 8 p.m. Montreal time. On Wednesdays, we also have a go, no-go decision about our local darker, it's not really a dark, but darker site at the Morgan Arboretum, which is on the west side of the island of Montreal. On Saturdays, we always have a speaker or we have clubhouse discussions. And even if there's no speakers, there's always so much to talk about. It's quite amazing. We also have a series of public Zoom events. Of course, before the pandemic, there were public events. October 16th, we have Chuck Allen from the Astronomical League talking to us about solar system moons. And on December 4th, we have Gavin Tolomedi of Western University talking about Apollo moon rocks. We also have a series of outreach, and then the next big one, of course, is just before Halloween, where we have our spooky nights. So lots of things coming up and much more. If you're interested in joining, and we would certainly like to encourage you, whether you're in the Montreal area or somewhere else on the planet, we have an annual membership for under 100 Canadian dollars, maybe 110 New Zealand dollars. It's possible. And we think it's probably possibly the best deal in the universe for you and your family. We have lots of stuff. We have lots of people who love to share their passion for the night sky. We pursue a wide range of astronomy hobbies, topics. Some are professional. Most of us are amateurs. Come on over, make some new friends, join up. If you're interested, we have the link right here. It's rascmontreal.org/moon/join-us. So that's all I wanted to say about our organization. I want to talk about the amazing speakers that were coming up. And as always, whether it's the Scott and Explorer Alliances and Explorer Scientific Global Star Party or our own regular weekly meetings, we can't start without a reading and inspiration from David Levy. We'll start with him in a moment. I can see him with his telescope ready right there, preparing his poetry reading for us, followed by Alendria Brengis, who's the editor-in-chief of the Canadian National Astronomy magazine called Sky News, followed by Kareem Jaffer, who's going to talk about the legends of the Big Dipper. David Schuman's going to be giving us some highlights of the northern sky. Gerald and Dominique McKenzie, they've been quite prolific in collecting images of the Messier objects. They're going to give us their show about the Messiers they've been able to capture above 40 degrees north. Nicole Laporte is our master astrosketcher. She's going to be talking to us about her experiences sketching the northern sky. And finally, Ko Tran is going to be talking to us about his experiences from right downtown in Montreal, a Bortle 9 zone, deep sky from downtown, or how I learned to stop and love Bortle 9. So that's it from me. I would like to invite David to give us some inspiration and a wonderful quote as always.
Thank you very, very much, Russell. And it's really so good to be here, especially with the Royal Astronomical Society of New Zealand. Wendy and I were there a few years ago for one of their annual conferences, and we really did enjoy ourselves. My home society, though, even though I live in Arizona with Wendy right now, our home society is the Montreal Centre of the Royal Astronomical Society of Canada, and it is such an honor for me to be here and enjoy this with you. It's good to see Alendria tonight. I don't think I've ever seen her in person before. Our wonderful editor of Sky News. It's really great to see you in person at last. I have a couple of bits of news to begin with. One of them is that a new asteroid, or not a new asteroid, an asteroid has actually been around for a very long time, has recently been named after our illustrious member, Isabel K. Williamson. It is an asteroid, one of the lowest numbered asteroids that there is. It's number 10,053, I think it is. So it was given a number a long, long time ago. And it has just been announced that it will from now on bear the name I.K. Williamson. I first met Miss Williamson in 1960, October the 8th, 1960, coming into the observatory of the Royal Astronomical Society of Canada. In 1967, we had a little bit of a debate, as a result of which she and other older members tried to have me expelled from the society. And fortunately, that didn't quite work, although it really was a somewhat depressing experience. And I can't really leave the story there, because when I was a graduate student at Queen's, 10 years later, I decided just to write to Miss Williamson to just ask her how she was doing, figuring she'll read it, laugh, tear up the letter, and never hear from her or me again. Would you believe Miss Williamson answered me? She asked how I was doing, and she said she was then retired. And she ended the letter by saying, if you should ever be in Montreal, I would like to visit with you again. And that began a long series of visits. The naming of the old observatory in Montreal after her, and later on the library here at John Albert College for her. And also the awarding of the service medal to Miss Williamson. It has been amazing that she has accomplished as much as she has, and the influence she has had on almost every person here is beyond description. The other person that I'd like to talk about briefly is Konstantin Papakosmas. Konstantin has been a member of the Montreal Centre since the 1950s, recently awarded the Charles Good Award, the highest award that the Montreal Centre can give. And he is now in the hospital suffering, recovering from a mild stroke that he had. And we expect to hear a lot from Konstantin in the future. I have a couple of little stories about him. During 1967, when I had my thing. He was right there. He came to my parents' house. He talked to them and persuaded them that I was not really a total jerk and a loser. And it was really very, very interesting to hear him just go on and on. It was also interesting to hear him go on and on just a couple of days ago. I only had about a minute or two to speak with him, but at least it was good to hear his voice. I hope he's home soon. Speaking of Kingston, Ontario, when I was a graduate student, the poet that I got very interested in there was Gerard Manley Hopkins. My thesis supervisor suggested it because he knew that Hopkins had an interest in astronomy. Those of you who have studied English poetry probably hate Gerard Manley Hopkins. His rhyming is almost impossible. You read it, and he talks about dapple dawn drawn, and it makes you want to jump out the window. It's really horrible. Some of us have been forced to study him in high school. I didn't. He had this awful, awful poetry, except when he was at Oxford, at Balliol College in Oxford. And he cited a comet, Tempel's Comet in 1864, and he wrote these lines that are, in fact, the most favorite poem that I've ever read. And I'd like to share that with you right now. It goes like this. I am like a slip of comet, scarce worth discovery, in some corner seen bridging the slender difference of two stars, come out of space or suddenly engendered by heady elements, for no one knows. But when she sights the sun, she grows and sizes and spins her skirts out, while her central star shakes its cocooning mists. And so she comes to fields of light, millions of traveling rays pierce her. She hangs upon the flame-cased sun and sucks the light as full as Gideon's fleece. But then her tether calls her. She falls off, and as she dwindles, sheds her smoke of gold amidst the sistering planets, and then goes till she comes to single Saturn, last and solitary, and then goes out into the cavernous dark. These lines remind me of my friendship, my long friendship with Constantine. I remember once, early on in the early 1960s, I was walking down Edge Hill Road to high school, and this car went zooming past me, stopped about maybe half a mile further down the street. The driver put it into reverse and screeched all the way back to me. And Constantine said, "Hi, David." Just like that. That was Constantine, and that is Constantine. So I go out. My little suite is done. I have drawn heat from this contagious sun. To not ungentle death, now forth I run. Thank you, and back to you.
Thank you, David.
Thank you, David. That was wonderful. Wow, we've got so many really interesting characters. Ooh, okay, well, we're going to follow up with Alendria. Oh, thanks for joining us, Alendria. Video's great. We'll let Scott. Scott, you have the video?
Yes, I do.
Great.
Okay, here we go.
Speaks for itself, I think.
Hi everyone, I'm Alendria Brunges, Editor-in-Chief of Sky News Magazine, Canada's astronomy and space magazine. It's a pleasure to be with you here tonight, or today in my case, and today in some of your cases, and then tonight again in some other people's cases. Either way, whatever time it is, wherever you are, it's great to see you, or not see you in my case, well, you know what I'm saying. At any rate, I am here to talk about our latest edition, which is our September-October edition about imaging the night sky. So we have a lot of amazing pictures, and I'm going to go through a couple of them with you. We've been running some photo contests and editing contests as well at the same time. So I'll go through those as, also. And yeah, so I guess we can just really get started. So first off, as you can see on our cover, we have an amazing shot of the Rho Ophiuchi cloud complex. And so this image was our photo of the year winner. This is the 20th, we're running into the 20th year of our photo of the year contest. And it's, unfortunately for those of you elsewhere, it's Canadians only. But you can always go there and check out what amazing images people have been submitting. This colorful section of the sky, this image was done by Stefan Hamill, and he won because, as you can see, it's freaking gorgeous. And so the other, well, obviously there's a ton of stuff I want to talk about. The next piece I wanted to talk to you about was Catch Falling Stars and Dance with Aurora. So Siv Hyang Tav is an astrophotographer in Canada's west side, in Alberta primarily. She does take some pictures in Saskatchewan. And she talks to us about how she learned to take pictures of the night sky through videos, social media, and never-ending practice. It's a great interview. Next up, we have an astrophotography journey. This is Kim and Lori Sibold. They are astrophotographers who have really picked up the hobby. It's a great showcase of how you can go from zero to astrophotography hero in the span of a couple of years. We have a couple of articles that focus on eclipses. Up here in Canada, we saw an annular eclipse just a couple of months ago, and in fairly populated areas as well. So we have some fantastic images of that. We also have an article by Mark Lane about his grand eclipse adventure. So some tips on taking solar eclipse images and how best to prepare for the major event that it can be. There's a beginner's guide to photographing the night sky from Nicole Mortellaro. Along with that, we also have an introduction to iPhone astrophotography. It's the planets through your iPhone. Nathan Hellner-Messelman, he is now a 14-year-old amateur iPhone astrophotographer, and he gives us his tips on how he manages to take the images that he does. In addition, we also have our regular features, the celestial calendar, planets at a glance, the Exploring the Night Sky feature, though this particular time around, we focused on things that you can take pictures of, things that look really great through the camera, like the zodiacal light. For those of you with a little bit more experience in imaging and you just want to get into astrophotography, we have stories like this one by Alan Dyer, How to Capture Our Galaxy. And so he talks about how with basic gear and special techniques, you can take amazing images of our Milky Way galaxy. From down south, you can take some pretty epic shots. We've published a couple in the past. We also have a story about astrophotography filters. Brian Ventrudo, he takes a look at some basic astrophotography filters and also a few more advanced ones, and how you can use them to take pictures of the night sky, even in the most light polluted areas. Ron Breacher is an amazing astrophotographer up here in Canada, in Ontario, and he has written us a story about deep sky acquisition workflow. So how to best plan your nights so that you don't waste any time. Any way you look at it, this special astrophotography edition is just gorgeous. And we have some amazing, amazing photographers up here in Canada, and it's a pleasure to work with them to put this piece together, this piece of work together, I should say. They astound me completely, like with the skill and the dedication to the craft that they have. And for those of you who would like to see what the Royal Astronomical Society is up to with its robotic telescope, we also have a piece out here. I'll just show it to you. Sweet Cygnus of September. And so these images all came from the robotic telescope itself. And it was edited by people on its team, and also just people who were buying the data and working with it. It has some amazing data, and if you're interested in it, you can always check out secure.rasc.ca, and I'll try to make the title come up here. And you can check it out there and see what's available. And on that note, I wanted to talk about our astrophoto editing contest. So if you are interested in content like that, we do have a contest going on right now. It's not available to people who are outside of Canada. However, the data is. And so you can download that data for free and edit it as you will. We're also running a video series. I'm running it with Paul Owen, amazing astrophotographer, astro image editor. I am the kind of noob who asks the basic questions. And it is, yeah, it's just, so what we're going to be doing is called Subs and Stars, and stars and subs, subs and stars, stars and subs. We are looking at how to edit your astro images with this amazing data that you can get from the robotic telescope. We're using, the first session that we did was with the data from M8, and next month we're going to be using M20. So you can sign up for that session and watch it and learn how to edit your astro images. We're primarily using PixInsight because that is the tool that allows for the most versatility and just a lot more in-depth features. We may take a look at some other tools, but it's going to be primarily PixInsight. Yeah, and so I think that's about it. So yeah, once again, thank you so much for having me here tonight or today, whichever one it is, wherever you are. I hope to see you in the future at one of our Southern Stars sessions, or you can always drop me a line at editor@skynews.ca. Let's see if I can make it pop up here. And yeah, so anytime, feel free to drop me a line if you have any questions about this edition, how to get it, or if you just have questions about astrophotography, and I'll try to put you in contact with the right people. Clear skies, and have a great night.
Okay, that's great.
Thanks,
Who do we have
Alendri.
up next?
Yeah, so Alendri, you're joining us. So anything you'd like to add? I got a question. How come my version is not the white bars? Do I have a special like Darth Vader edition or something?
You do.
Yay.
We had two different covers, one for subscribers and one for the newsstand.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's a bonus for people who subscribe. It's I wanted there were a little bit, I'll tell you, behind the scenes I wanted to have just the photo. You know, I wouldn't have had any text on it if I could have. I just love that picture. And the marketing department was like, no, we want starbursts and titles and words. And so I was like, how about we do this for subscribers, and you guys can have all the fun you want with the other cover on the newsstands. And so that's how we ended up with the two.
Oh wow! So this is going to be valuable in like 20 years, right? Limited edition kind of thing. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
You watch Alendria's next issue is going to have a centerfold that drops out with like the full picture.
Well, that's a nebula. That's right.
I'm going to hide mine under my pillow.
It'll just, like, the entire issue will be nothing but a fold out of the Roafuki cloud complex. This is, yeah.
You could do that with Cygnus. There's enough everywhere to like just really capture a full frame.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Dominique and Gerald are nodding. They've just got a new project for next year.
Oh yeah, but you got to get a full frame camera. I can't afford that. That's the problem. Cool.
Ben has already done it.
Yeah, that's true. He's already done it. That's true. Maybe Mark too. I don't know. Maybe David too. Okay. Well, thanks for joining us, Alendria. This was really wonderful, and it's a great issue. I read it like cover to cover like several times, and I'm almost done. I've almost checked off all the Cygnus stuff. So because I can actually keep in my backyard, almost, not all, because behind the trees. So it's great.
Mm-hmm.
Good.
Well, good luck checking off the rest of it.
Yep. Thanks. Yeah.
Thanks
it's very
for having me.
No problem. But we're going to continue on with Kareem, Legends of the Big Dipper. Wow. So this is lots of stories about the Big Dipper, Kareem. It's not just the Dipper.
Not just the Dipper. We've got a few different stories and a few other fun things to talk about when it comes to the Big Dipper. Thanks, Russell. My name's Kareem Jaffer. I'm a professor at John Abbott College here in Montreal. I do physics as well as the introductory astronomy science option course. My students pretty much have a very basic background coming in, just a little bit of elementary physics, and most of them don't really know much astronomy. So we just kind of dive in, but I try to make sure to give them an exposure, not just to the science of astronomy, but also to the art of being an astronomer, the techniques involved, the equipment involved, and the history of astronomy. And so I've been managing to join several of the star parties over the last couple of months, and it's been so much fun to be in with Scott and the gang and being able to share a little bit of the night sky and some of the stories and some of the history behind some of the discoveries that we've had. And one of the things that I've been doing lately is talking a bit about what's called two-eyed seeing, which involves taking what we understand from our modern astronomy and our Western viewpoint and trying to match it with what we see in indigenous stories and the stories that we may have grown up with the Greek mythology or the Australian Aboriginals, etc. So what I wanted to do tonight was talk to you a little bit about the legends of the Big Dipper. So I do want to thank all of our normal GSP audience as well as our RASC Montreal Centre audience. And we also have the New Zealand audience and some of the audience from Astro Radio, which is one of the other outreach events that I'm on, the Reach Out Touch Space panel, which is Mondays and Thursdays, afternoon in Eastern time zones, evening and night in the European time zones, and early morning in New Zealand. So we have an audience globally, and so I enjoy interacting with them, and a bunch of them were really interested in this star party. So I want to welcome them. So when Russell and I first started talking about this idea of having this 45-degree star party, we talked about being able to share what we see in the circumpolar stars in our respective hemispheres. And for us in the north, we are really lucky because our north guiding star, our pole, has a star for us to actually align our equipment with, and it's Polaris. It's the start of our Little Dipper. And our Big Dipper actually has two pointer stars, the Pointer Sisters, Merak and Dubhe, that point directly towards Polaris and allow us to very easily find it in our night sky. And so the Big Dipper is one of the first things we teach to students when they come out under the stars and start looking up at what they can see. And it's an asterism within Ursa Major. When we look at these circumpolar stars, we are seeing stars that never set. So if the sun never came up, we would see them all day, all night, throughout the year, rotating through our night sky. And so their rising point and their setting point changes throughout the year based on where we are in our orbit around the sun. But we always have that ability during the nighttime to find true north. And that comes in really handy, even just in being able to identify where things are in our local sky and measure what their altitude and azimuthal angle are so that you can communicate to others if you don't have the equipment to measure the RA deck of every object that you're looking at. And in terms of astrophotography, it's of course a fantastic way to get really beautiful star trails because you have that central point around which everything rotates and you can frame it however you want. And you can pull out the Big Dipper stars on one of your frames and really have it shine the way it does in this picture here. But one of the things that's really useful for us with our circumpolar stars in the Northern Hemisphere is that the Big Dipper is really handy for star hopping. And we do this with students with binoculars, with individuals that are just out under the night sky for the first time. We start with the Big Dipper, we take them to Polaris. We even have them identified that the altitude of that North Star is equal to your latitude. Because if you were at the North Pole at a latitude of 90, it would be directly above you. And if you were at the equator at a latitude of 0, it would be directly along the horizon. And so for us here in Montreal, it's halfway up the sky. It's 45-degree altitude. And you can use the arm of the Big Dipper to arc over to Arcturus, as we say. You can use the start of the bowl of the Big Dipper to find Deneb in the sky and trace it through in the summertime and start looking at your summer triangle. Now, David mentioned Constantine. Now, Constantine has been a member of our society for over 70 years. He's a lifetime member now. He's also been to the Stellafane Telescope Festival there in Vermont every year until this year because the border was closed. This is the first year he has missed in, I believe, 60 or 70 years. It's incredible how much he's given. But what I remember from Constantine is coming out one night, late at night, seeing my students and starting to show them things in the night sky with no map, no device, no telescope, no binoculars, simply pointing at the Big Dipper and starting his journey. And an hour plus later, he's still leading them from star to star, object to object, and they're simply following his finger. And when we look at the Big Dipper, even just that one asterism has so much for us to see. And so when I go out with kids at night with a telescope like the EV scope, where I can actually stack the images in real time, or if Dominic and Gerald are there with their awesome equipment to stack on their tablet, we can share with them the Whirlpool Galaxy, which is a grand scale spiral galaxy interacting with a Sept active galaxy nebula, nucleus, and it's 23 million light years away. And you can actually see one galaxy's arms being pulled into another. And then on the other side of the Big Dipper, you have M81 and M82, the Bode's Galaxy and the Cigar Galaxy, that are part of the M81 group. They're 12 million light years away. And you can pull out the structure and see the active nucleus and the amazing dust lane going through the middle of the Cigar Galaxy. And then you even have planetary nebulas like the Owl Nebula, which is a few thousand light years from us. And you can see the remnant of a star that's exploded and giving off not just the blue hot gas, but even the reddish cooler gas around it. And so there's a lot to teach with the Big Dipper when it's hard for us because we have Laval to the north, which is another light sink, just like Montreal. But if you can get somewhere with a good northern horizon, you have an amazing object of interest right there with the Big Dipper. But one of the things we try to do these days in the Montreal Centre is to acknowledge that we're not the first to be looking at these asterisms, these constellations, these objects in the night sky. We're building off of the knowledge of the First Nations peoples. And so we start all of our events, our public events, with this land and sky acknowledgement, where we acknowledge that, we are inheriting a sky that has a great deal of understanding. And we just passed a full moon. And that full moon is called the mate calling moon in the Micmac, but in the Cree and the Iroquois, it's actually called the hunting moon or the harvest gathering moon. And one of the neat things I like telling my students is this harvest moon that we have in September is for us in the Northern Hemisphere. In the Southern Hemisphere, the harvest moon is in March because the seasons are reversed. And so we get to see a little bit of this understanding of the connection between what you see in the night sky at a certain moment in time and what's happening in nature at those moments in time. And the way that was passed down to us was with stories. And one of the stories that we have for the First Nations peoples, especially the Micmac, with our Big Dipper is called Moen and the Seven Hunter Birds. And it has to do with the position of the Big Dipper throughout the year at sunset or a couple of hours before sunrise. And we know that a bear moving through the forest doesn't do so stealthily. No, the bear scares away everything. And so the hunter birds tend to be very protective of their area of hunting. And after a very cold winter, they're very hungry. So they want food if they can find it. So when a bear comes traipsing out from his cave at the end of winter and starts rampaging through the forest, it scares away all the smaller prey. And so the birds chase the bear away to protect their area, their clan, their family of birds. And so you follow the 700 birds as they chase the bear through the forest throughout the year until close to wintertime, you start to lose out on some of those birds. And the reason why you lose out on some of those birds, the weaker ones further away, is because they're not part of the Big Dipper asterism. They're actually part of the Boots constellation, the herdsman. And herdsman is not fully circumpolar at those areas, the 40th and 45th parallel. Until you go down to about the 35th parallel, you don't actually have that circumpolar nature of Boots, up to the 50th parallel for that. So a lot of that is caught in those stories of the Big Dipper and the Little Dipper. But in school, we don't tend to learn these things. In school, we tend to learn the Greeks and the Romans and the Scandinavian versions of these constellations. But even there's a little bit of science hidden into the stories. And so the story of the Big Dipper and the Little Dipper that I learned when I was in school was the Greek story, where Zeus, he's a philanderer, he's an adulterer, and he went from one conquest to another, often giving birth to these illegitimate half-immortal sons. And he had fallen in love with this maiden Callisto, and they gave birth to this wonderful little boy who became a hunter, Arcas. And contrary to some of his other conquests, Zeus actually remained smitten with Callisto. And so he still kept going out and meeting her. And so he was meeting her on a mountaintop, and they were both in love, and they were hanging out. They were enjoying a nice evening on the mountaintop, and he heard his wife Hera coming. So he quickly transformed Callisto into a bear so that Hera would not know that he was having an illicit affair still. So Hera came, saw Zeus by himself, and they started to walk away, and she forced him to walk with, not realizing that Arcas was hunting in those same woods on that mountainside. And so Arcas came across the bear, and he's a hunter, it's a bear, so he shot it. And as soon as he shot it, the bear turned into his mother dying in his arms, and he let out a wail. And when he let out that wail, Zeus realized what had happened. And so he quickly transformed both of them into bears and sent them off into the heavens so that they would not die and they would not suffer and they could remain together. But Hera figured out what happened. And so Hera decided to have one last piece of revenge. And she went to Poseidon, the god of the sea, and said, you need to make sure that those two bears never get to swim. That's my punishment to them. That's my revenge. They can never swim, which is why the big bear and the little bear never get to dive into the water. They're always above the water, always moving through the sky. They never get to take that refreshing dip. And so that story actually contains the essence of circumpolar stars, the fact that they never set. And that type of idea of catching science within these legends of the Big Dipper is really evident in the Ojibwe legend of what's called the Fisher constellation. And that's what they refer to this Big Dipper asterism as. It's the Fisher. And the Fisher was one of those animals that was very hungry in the wintertime and was wondering why the summer hadn't come. And so he gathered together some of the other winter animals and said, why has summer not come? And they said, well, it's because summer is being stolen and protected by the summer animals, and they've got it captured on the wall of a hut, and they won't let us have it. And so Fisher said, you know what, I will go and get it. They said, but it's guarded. And he said, you all cause a distraction. I will go and get summer and bring it back to us on Turtle Island, which is their name for Earth, where the people live. So Fisher managed to get close to the hut. The other winter animals created a distraction, and Fisher dove into the hut, grabbed the bag of summer, and started to run. And as he started to run, the summer animals saw him, and they started to chase him. And he ran and ran and ran, and he jumped up into the sky, and they shot an arrow, and they hit him, which is why at some times of the year at sunset, the Fisher constellation is now on his back because he's been hit by an arrow. Of course, the creator saw all this happen, and he admired the sacrifice that Fisher had given. So he decided to give Fisher a rebirth so that every year Fisher would be the one, the noble one, to bring summer back. Now, why this is really interesting is if you watch and if you look at the actual carvings and the drawings and the petroglyphs that they have of the Fisher constellation, they always show the arrow with which the Fisher was hitting in the middle of the tail. And that star in the middle of the tail is the double star, Alcor and Mizar. And it's a visible double star if your eyes are good enough. And so the arrow that was shot by the summer animals actually split the star in the tail of the Big Dipper, of the Fisher. So this idea of kind of capturing some of these observations and these understandings of what's happening in nature in the stories of the First Nations, of the indigenous peoples of different countries, it's one that is persistent. You can always find a little bit of this science inside of these stories. So this is what we call here in Canada and in the US, and I know this is now becoming kind of a global term for it. It's called two-eyed seeing. It's seeing with one eye the strength of our indigenous peoples and our ancient knowledge, and with the other eye, the strength of modern scientific knowledge and the ways of knowing. and then combining them for the benefit and the inclusion of all. We at the RASC actually have some star maps that were created that are offered by our secure.rasc.ca site that include some of the stars and some of the stories and the constellations of the First Nations people. So here's the Ojibwe star chart, and you can not only see the Fisher constellation, but you see one of the ones that speaks to me, the Winter Maker, which is Orion, because we see Orion come into the night sky when the weather is about to turn cold. All of these stories, they're passed down from generation to generation. And they don't just contain the observations in astronomy and in nature, but they also share with us the moral, the ethical, the practical guides for how people should live together. And that's part of the essence of the nature of the indigenous peoples that they don't want to lose. And so one of the things to be careful of with two-eyed seeing is that some of these stories are not meant to be shared at any time of the year. The ones that I've chosen to share with you tonight are ones that are available any time of the year because they're circumpolar stars. But there are others that you can only tell at autumn equinox or at spring equinox or during the winter solstice or right before spring when you're about to plant crops. So it's important to recognize and to actually respect the traditions of these First Nations peoples when you share these stories. I wanted to just point out briefly that our friends in the Southern Hemisphere have some incredible stories about some of the constellations that we, and even some of the asterisms that we see ourselves here in the Northern Hemisphere. And I've talked before about the Pleiades, which have a beautiful story in the Pleiades about the 7 brothers here in North America. Almost all the First Nations have a story about 7 brothers who were trying to escape into the sky, and the mother reached out and managed to grab the foot of one of them, which is why one of the stars of the 7 sisters isn't quite as bright as the others. But for the Aboriginals, it was 7 sisters that were being chased by a mischievous entity. And if you follow the story through Australia, every element of the story is modified by the geography of the local land. And so they actually bring the local land and the features of the land into the story. We also see that in New Zealand. And in New Zealand, it's actually one of the best legends is about the Milky Way and the origin of the stars of the Milky Way. And then we have places like the Murray Island and the Torres Strait, just north of New Zealand and Australia, where their songs and their stories contain beautiful science about the climate and the storms that they get there, where they talk about stars twinkling when it's calm at night, because what they're referring to is the scintillation of these stars, which actually is it's a sign that you're about to have the monsoon season. And the monsoon season is when they finally have a flourish of green, of crops. So when we look at all of these stories, what we have to remember is that the stories were there for a purpose. They were to share a certain amount of wisdom in a certain context of what's happening in nature at that time. So with that, I'm going to thank you, and I will do so with the words of the Mi'kmaq, Wala Liok. That's two-eyed seeing. Use both of your eyes for the benefit of all. And with that, I will pass it back to you, Russell.
Awesome. Great. Thanks very much, Kareem. That was great. Wow. Learned so much. Well, I'm thinking if our indigenous peoples have their own unique constellations, I proposed one for New Zealand. I proposed the penguin from Oamaru. So this is my little souvenir. You guys know what I'm talking about down there, right? Little blue penguins. Yes. Maybe you can answer that question later on when it's your turn. Why don't you have a penguin constellation? Cool. All right, so let's keep on going then. That was great, Kareem, and we're following up with some more excellent presenters, great information. David Schumann. So David's he's prolific. He's gonna talk to us about the highlights of the northern sky.
Hi, my name is Dave Schumann. I'm a longtime member of the RASC Montreal Centre and former past president. I love astronomy, and I love capturing what I see and sometimes what you can't see through photography. I'm going to share a couple of jewels that I've taken over the past few years. I'm going to share my screen. You can see all the slide?
Yes.
Okay. So, yeah, I'm going to go over a couple of constellation areas and some treasures that I've photographed over the years, most recently. Before I do so, I'd like to show you the equipment that I use to capture these wide field views. I have a William Optics GT71, a triplet refractor on a Ioptron Skydiver Pro. And here you can see a picture on the left. This is from South Carolina with the 2017 eclipse, a daytime picture of my setup. And I chose it because it's airline friendly, and I was able to get enough resolution and detail of objects. And on the right is my recent acquisition this year, which is the Z61 doublet from William Optics with the same Sony Alpha 6300 camera that I use. It's an APC size sensor. It's pretty compact and light. It's a mirrorless camera. And I love this setup because within 20 minutes to half an hour, I'm ready to go and polar aligned, and I can start shooting the night sky. So one of our favorite places to go, which is about an hour out of the town, out of the city of Montreal, is towards the southwest at our official out-of-town observatory site, which is affectionately known as Willie Woods. One of our members and a nice friend, Joanne Gamache, pictured here right near the baffle of the telescope in the picture. She owns this farmhouse, and we get to go in the summertime, the spring and fall when the weather permits, and when non-COVID times permit, of course. And here you could see a group photograph celebrating our 100th anniversary with a beautiful acquisition of the 16-inch Explorer Scientific light bucket, which is really a wicked telescope.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And I do mean that genuinely, paired with teleview eyepieces that we have in our collection. Really nice wide field views of the sky. Really stunning, and we call it the bumblebee because of its yellow trim with black. So we affectionately call it our bumblebee scope. And we'll soon be getting digital circles for it as well in the new season. So St. Chrysostom, it's a beautiful area more southwest of Montreal, and it allows us really nice views of the night sky that are not as light polluted. Even if you're looking north towards Montreal, you can still see quite a few things, but towards the south and west, it's quite dark. If I'm not mistaken, I'd say a Bortle 4-3 on the border of that. So it's not too far out of town. And Joanne, our gracious friend, allows us to come there, and she kind of misses us because it's been 2 seasons now where we haven't been able to go. So one of my most absolute favorite places to look in the night sky, especially in the wintertime, is the Orion constellation of Orion. There's so much to look at and so much beauty. And it's one of the first things I start off with, as many of us do, because one of the brightest, well, it is the brightest nebula available for us in the northern skies. And it's a great complex of not only M42, but you got the Running Man, you got M43, all kinds of things to look at, the Horsehead, the Flame Nebula. But I wanted to share my photo of it. This was taken a few years ago. You can see some technical details on the left side, but you know what? I just love the colors, and I tried to process it as naturally as I could. There's no real filters being used here. My camera is not modified. This is what you get out of the camera when you stack about an hour's worth of, well, in this case, only 38 minutes. Why 38 minutes? It's so damn cold in the wintertime. So sometimes you give up before the telescope does. So, and also because we tend to have clouds and skies that aren't always clear, you just grab what you can get. So in this case, it was 38 minutes before the clouds came in that night, and the dew starts fogging up your instrumentation. But I really love this region. Of course, when we look at it visually, in an eyepiece, we don't see all these colors, but we absolutely see the trapezium located right at the heart of the M42 nebula. And, it's essentially a star factory, which is just beautiful. So Orion's one of the great treasures of the night sky, especially here in Canada. Moving on to one of my other favorite, fall time objects would be the Great Andromeda Galaxy, M31, also with its companions, M32 and M101. And I'll share that photo with you in a second. Here it's Cassiopeia. We use the three upper stars, for example, here to help point towards Andromeda. It is a naked eye object, mostly out of the city, like a faint fuzzy football. And it's quite large, though, in a telescope. And here's my take on it. I had help from a friend, Santiago Lopez, helped me with the auto guiding on my setup. It was the first time I did that. And it's allowed me to capture, I think it was about an hour of data, something close to that. And when I processed it, I was absolutely floored by the spiral arms and the detail. I tried to get the best to keep the center not as blown out, so you could actually really appreciate the core of the galaxy and its neighboring companions. 2.537 million light years away, and yet through the scope, it's almost as it's right next to us. Eventually, it is supposed to merge with the Milky Way. That'll be some sight to see, but I think we have to wait a little for that one. So this is one of my most favorite astrophotos that I've taken to date, and I want to get more, of course. Moving on to Ursa Major, the Big Dipper, which looks like a giant ladle, a circumpole around our pole star. You have two treasures together, which are so beautiful. Bode's Galaxy and the Cigar Galaxy, also known as M81 and M82. And they're about 11.75 million light years and 11.4 million light years away. And yet, this is my take on it. It's a little grainy, this image, but I didn't have as much integration time as I wanted to yet because of poor weather. But I was able to get this about an hour's drive west of Montreal. And it was not the optimal time of the year, but I didn't care. I just wanted to take this, and this is what came out. You can see the nice colors in the disrupted areas of the Cigar Galaxy and the beautiful symmetrical spirals of M81. Just an absolute gorgeous pair. They're so different, and they're right near each other. And using I can't say the word, astrometry.net, I was able to plate solve the image and found other things in my photograph that were identified. So it's a lot of fun to do this. It's like, I consider astrophoto like going fishing. You cast your line out, and you don't know what you'll catch until you actually catch a fish. Sometimes you don't catch anything because it's a poor night and equipment malfunctions, but when everything goes well, you have a really nice photograph to share with everybody. Moving on to the summertime, not exactly something exclusive to us here in Canada, but absolutely stunning to photograph is in the Cygnus complex, the Great North American Nebula, NGC 7000. And although this picture is a little grainy, it's close up. And this is the photo that I got with no special filters and no modified camera. I'd like to eventually get my camera modified so that I can get the hydrogen alpha better. But this is also taken about an hour away from Montreal's light pollution, and in the beautiful areas in Cygnus near Deneb, absolutely no end to the gorgeous things you can photograph. Also visible for you guys, but for us, it's on the low on the horizon. but still an absolute beautiful splendor of the summertime, and early fall would be in the Sagittarius area, M8 and M20, the Lagoon and Trifid Nebula. And that's my take. This photograph was taken just about a week ago, or 2 weeks ago, actually, about an hour west of Montreal. And on the left is the beautiful Milky Way from our friend's place at Woolly Woods Observatory, where you can see the yellow glow from the night, the sky light pollution, but you could still see the Milky Way punching right through that. And there's nothing more dreamy than looking at the Milky Way. So here, obviously, in the Sagittarius area is M8 and M20, and here's the through my William Optics Z61. Just got that scope, and I'm very happy with the stars and the tracking. But this is literally not stacked. This is one photo from my camera with a 30-second exposure. Believe it or not, just slightly fixed up in Photoshop. So the grain is because there's no stacking. That's just one sub. Well, I wanted to keep it short and sweet, and I thank you for listening to my presentation. Thank you.
Great. Wow. Thanks, David. That was great. Jeez. Wow.
I have to step in for a moment to say I want to acknowledge David not only does all this imaging and takes all these, but he and Gerald and Dominique have kindly offered all of their photography data to my students when they're doing projects, when they're learning how to do a little bit of just very simple processing. And David has even donated his awesome Andromeda Galaxy data for the students to learn how to use bias frames and how to use darks and flats and understand what imaging really is. And that's just above and beyond.
Thank you, Corinne. And I just wanted to say that the jewel in the crown of our Willie Woods Observatory is the 16-inch Explorer Scientific. It's just been such a joy to use it and to allow a lot of our members that maybe could not afford a powerful telescope, or in my case, I live in a very tall apartment complex in downtown Montreal, and I don't really have room for such an instrument. So it gives us a chance as a collective to really enjoy a really powerful instrument, Light Bucket. And it's actually very, very nice performing scope, especially with M13. Wow, with a 9mm eyepiece. So thanks.
Thank you.
Well, you sold me on it. Geez, I can't wait.
Yeah, I'll buy one too.
You have one already. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Thank you.
Must be able to. Okay. Well, I'll wait till I go. Well, thanks very much, David. That was very, very inspiring. And now we have Gerald and Dominique Mackenzie, tag team. We'd like to see your Messier collection above 40 degrees north. And what we've seen of your earlier presentations, at least in our clubhouse, they're really good pictures. So we're looking forward to this.
Okay, so can we take this off? Okay, so we'll be presenting the Messier object north of 40 degree latitude. So these objects are part of a project we decided to do, which was imaging all the Messier objects. It takes a while because we're a bit limited in our sky view. We have trees and mountains surrounding it, mountains up in the country and trees in the city. So we use basically the same equipment all the time, and we have two imaging camera, a 183 and a 533, and we change camera depending on where we are in dark sky or in the city. So I'll be presenting these objects. So if we see here above 40 degree latitude, if we start here, there's going to be some in Perseus, Andromeda, Cassiopeia. If we go around here in Cygnus and Hercules, and then we'll go to Draco and Canis Venatici and Ursa Major. So I'll start with the Messier objects in the constellations of Perseus, Andromeda, and Cassiopeia. And here we have Perseus, there'll be M34 right there, and M76. Here is Andromeda with the M31, 32, 110, and Cassiopeia here. There's two clusters that are Messier objects, but actually this constellation is filled with open clusters, and it's absolutely beautiful. So here is Messier 76, and we did this one in a hurry so we could show it. I'll have to show. It's so small. It's called the Little Dumbbell Nebula, and here it is. And it's just about, it's a planetary nebula, and I could only get 16 minutes, 66 stacks. And it's named it's a planetary nebula. It's the Little Dumbbell. This is Messier 34 in Perseus. This is an open cluster. And then we'll move on to Andromeda, and everybody wants to image Andromeda, especially when it passes directly overhead. It's just beautiful. And here is 31, M31. This is M32. That is now getting sort of embedded in M31 and losing its outer feature. So there's like a core left. And this little one is M110, and that is an elliptical galaxy, and it's a satellite galaxy of Andromeda. And here is Messier 103. So that's one of the open clusters that is a Messier object in Cassiopeia. And here is Messier 52, another open cluster. Now we'll move on to the constellations of Cygnus and Hercules. If you have Cygnus here, it's up here is M39. And for Hercules, so this is our 40 line here, we have M92. So here is Messier 39 in Cygnus. It's an open cluster. And here is Messier 92 in Hercules, a globular cluster. Actually, it's the only one north of, the only Messier globular cluster north of 40 degree latitude. So then we'll move on to the constellations of Draco, Canis Venatici, and Ursa Major. So here is our Draco right here. Here is M102. Now, if you see here, this is part of Hercules, so we're going around. Here is Ursa Minor, and Polaris would be up here. Here is the Big Dipper, and if you point the two stars, you, like Karim was saying, you go to Polaris. And here is Canis Venatici, and we have four galaxies in here: M51, M106, M63, M94. M102 is in Draco, and M101, M109, M97, M108, 81, and 82. And they're all in Ursa Major, and also is M40, but M40 is two stars, so we haven't gotten around to doing it.
It's a double star.
It's just two stars. So okay, so let's see. In Draco, we have Messier 102 called the Spindle Galaxy, and it has an interesting this one. There's an interesting feature here, the dust lane, and this is what I was trying to get with this object. Not easy, because I work with an 85 millimeter telescope. Here is the famous Messier 51. This is another one everybody wants to look at in the dark sky with binoculars, yes, but with your telescope, a small telescope, you can usually see these two. You won't see the bridge, but you'll see the two. So M51 is the Whirlpool Galaxy. This is the companion. It's an irregular galaxy. It passed already beside your M51, and there's a tidal bridge here that happens to be one of the arms of the galaxy. And maybe I can blow it up a bit. Here it is. And this galaxy here is like behind this arm. And this was all distorted as it passed by it. And eventually these two galaxies are going to merge. So there's a lot of interaction. This is Messier 63, and I was surprised the first time I did it because I didn't think it would come out so nice. I like it. It's the Sunflower Galaxy. It's a spiral galaxy. And also most of my images are done in just one night. They're rarely done over multiple nights. I try to do about 2 hours if I can. Here is Messier 94, and this one is in Canis Venetici, and I haven't been able to capture it, but around here there's a halo. Now this is an interesting galaxy because modeling shows that there's little dark matter, and so it has a lot of controversy because all the models of galactic formation said there should be dark matter, and this one, when they calculated, there's very little dark matter. And this is M106. And it's interesting, this one, you see this little galaxy here? Well, I found out that if this is NGC 4248, and it causes a tidal perturbation here. Between the two, there's an interaction. So I was happy to get that other galaxy. And this is the famous Messier 81 and 82, absolutely beautiful in a telescope when you can get both of them. So this is 81, and because I wanted to get more detail, this one got washed out here. So this is M82. So I have another image of just Messier 82 in Ursa Major, and people who use H alpha will get, it's a starburst galaxy, so people who use an H alpha filter will get the bursts here on each side. So it can be quite interesting. This is Messier 97 and Messier 108 in Ursa Major, and they look nice in the same field, and I got inspired by Kwa, who's going to come and speak later on. M97 here is a planetary nebula that we call the Owl Nebula, and this is M98. It's a barred spiral galaxy, and so that's and here's another galaxy, Messier 101 in Ursa Major, beautiful face-on spiral, and it too has tidal interactions with NGC 5477 and NGC 5474. And if we look here in this image, I was able to find those two little galaxies here. One is right there and the other one right at the end here. So there's an interaction between these three. So these are two dwarf galaxies near M101 that we call the Pinwheel Galaxy. It's a beautiful face-on, and this is Messier 109 in Ursa Major. It's a barred spiral galaxy, and you can see the beautiful bar here, and it's right next to Gamma Ursa Major. So I was surprised when I saw all that, but then it's right next to it. And that's it. So I'll stop my share. Okay.
Wow, well, you certainly didn't disappoint. Yeah.
Well, there's no,
really
well,
great pictures.
Yeah, well, the sky straight up is my sky. So I get everything up above.
Oh, they're really nice. Thanks very much. Thanks, Dominique. Thanks, Gerald. Thanks for the backup, Gerald.
Oh, he's my technical guy.
Technical guy. Okay.
The colorblind one.
The colorblind.
Oh. Cool. All right. Well, we're going to move on. Again, thanks. Now we're going to turn into sketching with Nicole Laporte, our expert sketcher. Hi, Nicole.
Hello. Okay, I'll share my screen. I'll find where my presentation is. Ah, here we go. And I'll put it on the slideshow. Do you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. So today I'll be talking about astrosketching and northern constellation. And the constellation that I picked was Cassiopeia. And the reason that I picked Cassiopeia is because it's a very bright constellation. This was drawn one day before the full moon, and I was able to see the zigzag pattern in Cassiopeia. Here you see the zigzag pattern, and the pattern has been interpreted by different cultures. The classic Greek culture of the constellations we're used to saw Queen Cassiopeia sitting in a chair. The Scandinavians saw antlers. In Micronesia, which is it's in the Pacific Ocean along the equator. It's about 5,000 kilometers north of New Zealand. They saw a dolphin's tail. And in modern times, we see the letter W. So Cassiopeia is very good when we're doing public outreach because a lot of the people can spot it and they can see the letter W. So it's good for star hopping. And here is my astrosketching setup. It's a very basic setup. And I use the star hopping method. I don't really have any guiding or go-to. So important features for star hopping are finder scope. You need a good finder scope, slow motion controls to help track the object once you find it. And it helps to have wide angle eyepieces because it's just easier to find the objects. And also for reference, I use a star atlas. So naturally I have to have red light to read the star atlas. Most people nowadays have apps on their phones or their computer nearby, but this is just old school. But an app on an iPhone will do fine too. And for comfort, I have an adjustable chair because as the target moves across the sky, well, your telescope, you have to change at angles, and it's easier to change the height of your chair than to change the height of your tripod. And so I have a carpet. It serves two purposes: to keep your feet off the damp grass when the dew comes along, but also if you drop stuff, and usually you do, it's easier to find it on a carpet than in the long grass. And here's a zoom in of what I call my astrosketching toolbox. So I have my pencils here, an eraser, and I like to sketch on black cardboard. It's thin cardboard. They're called artist tiles. And the reason for that is I prefer cardboard to paper because paper gets all mushy when the dew settles in. And the little black cards are very easy to handle instead of fumbling with big paper. And then you have your eyepieces and your filters and everything else. So this is pretty much what you need to astro sketch. And so then I'll go on to the drawings. So this again is, I said, it's Cassiopeia, the major stars. And I compared it to what I'd find in Stellarium, and it wasn't too bad. This star's a bit off. It should be more down here, but it's sometimes good to actually sketch constellations because then you really have to pay attention to the distance between this star compared to that star. And then you notice that these two stars are kind of lined up. And so it's a good way to learn the sky. So the first object I sketched was M52. Dominique's M52 is a bit more detailed than this. But so that's an open cluster. And a good way to find it is you can star hop from this star right here to this star. You just keep going straight up, and it's a bit more than this distance. So that's one way to star hop. That's why Cassiopeia is so good, because with the bright stars, it's easy to star hop. The next one is the owl cluster, and that's a really fun little cluster. It's not a Messier object, but it's a NGC 457. And the reason it's called the owl cluster, it's because it looks like an owl flying. You see the two eyes here and the wings and the tail. But when you look through the telescope, one eye is bigger than the other, so it looks a bit lopsided. It almost looks like he went to the pub and is a bit tipsy. And he's flying home after a night at the pub. It's a really fun little star cluster. And then the next one, M103, is again an open cluster. It's quite nice because there's even in a small telescope, you can tell the difference in the light, the magnitudes of the stars. There's brighter ones and nice kind of bluish ones in the background. So it's quite nice. And it's easy to find this one because this is the star Rukba, and it's close to M103. So you just put Rukba in your finder scope, and then just at the edge of it, you should find 103. And also the owl cluster, if I can go back, is not that difficult to find because you take Rukba and you take this star, and then you make a triangle with the 3, and you should be able to find the owl cluster. So there's 103. And then I also like to sketch double stars because I used to think, well, double stars kind of lame, just 2 white dots close to each other. No, there's a lot of colors in a lot of double stars. This is Shadar. This is the brightest star in Cassiopeia. And it's very nice in the telescope. It's when you just look at it with your eyes, you can't really see the color because the color here is very subtle. It's not like Antares where you can tell just by looking at it. Here with the telescope, it's a very nice rose salmon color, and the companion star is much dimmer. But it's a nice blue star. So little telescopes are also good for double stars. And it's not a very tight double, this one. It's an easy double. And in some catalogs, they don't advertise this one as a double star because it's only a visual double. It's not a real binary double. And finally, Arcid, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. It's one of the dimmer of the stars in Cassiopeia, but you can still see it with the naked eye. And that's very nice and striking too, because you've got a bright yellow and then a much dimmer red, but it makes a nice contrast in color. And another good tip to do when you're drawing is to note what you're observing for later on. So then I give the example of M52. So I put that the object in Cassiopeia, and it's a cluster. Where I drew it from, I come from Rigaud. That's about 40, 50 kilometers west of downtown Montreal. The date, the time, the conditions is clear, calm, and the seeing, and the type of telescope. Some of these were done with a 90 millimeter refractor, but this one here, this was done with M103 was done with a 60 millimeter refractor. So you might be surprised what you can do with little telescopes. Sometimes people underestimate them and they like to badmouth little Christmas telescopes. But if you give them half a chance, they're a bit like Charlie Brown Christmas trees. Sometimes they just need a bit of love, a hybrid diagonal with a better eyepiece, and they do fine. So that's my presentation.
Wow, thank you,
Nicole. Yeah.
Do you have to get you can do all this with like a achromat telescope, like a basic refractor? You don't need anything fancy?
No, like I said, can you still see my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
This is just a really basic telescope. Because I did have a 70 millimeter, but it got stolen. So I also have a bigger 90 millimeter, but I like the little 60 millimeter telescopes. They're fun, and you can do a lot with them. And I remember years ago, I watched a YouTube video, and I saw Scott showing a little yellow refractor. And I didn't really know who Scott was. And I was looking at the video and I was saying, isn't that the guy who has those amazing eyepieces that are the size of a beer can? Like, and yet you were very respectful of the little telescope, and you know, which is nice because so many people just love to bash little telescopes. So
Oh, yeah.
I like little telescopes.
This is my little telescope that got me started, and it's a 40. And I keep it on my desk as a constant reminder of where the voyage and the journey that a little telescope can take you on, you know. It certainly took Galileo on an incredible adventure, and the force of which is still being felt today.
Yeah.
Wow. All right. Well, thank you. Thanks. Thanks, Scott. Well,
Scott, I think Charlie Brown Christmas Tree Division for Explore Scientific would definitely sell well.
maybe you could get the license like logos and stuff for all the characters.
Yeah.
Because Snoopy is a mascot for NASA. I mean, Charlie Brown can be your mascot.
He could. Yeah, no one chooses Charlie Brown. I don't know why. He's such a great guy.
And for the big one, it could be Lucy. The big one, it'll be intimidating.
Yeah.
Only if you pull it away at the last second.
That's it.
Right. That's right.
Oh, wow. Cool. All right. So, Kwa, we've got our last speaker from Montreal here. Last but definitely not least, Kwa's made a specialization of deep sky downtown astrophotography, and everything he posts up on Facebook, I'm like big wow by. It's like, oh my gosh. So Kwa, take it away.
All right. Hello, everyone. Just to check, you can all see my presentation?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Fantastic. All right. So hello, my name is Kwa, and I've been a member of the RASC Montreal Centre for the past few years now. Very happy to be part of this 45-degree star party. I also realize I'm the only thing standing between you and a break and our wonderful friends down in New Zealand. So let's get going. So, come on. So I live in the Plateau neighborhood of Montreal. It's what you would say, it's basically downtown. It borders and shares streets with the downtown proper itself. This neighborhood is home to the famous smoked meat shops and bagel houses that the city is known for, and also artists like Leonard Cohen and the Arcade Fire. It's also likely one of the most light polluted skies in the country, with a Bortle class that's somewhere over 9,000. Major constellations are missing stars. I cannot see all of the stars in Cassiopeia. Some nights I don't even see all 5 of the W stars. So on the best of nights, the Keystone in Hercules is a struggle. And since Sagittarius lives in the south, among these skyscrapers you see here, it's really only partially visible with the power of imagination. So you might ask, why shoot from here? Well, because I'm a glutton for punishment. And I also had the good fortune of becoming a father at the beginning of 2020. But between that massive life shock, massive life shock, and the subsequent strict curfews and travel restrictions that we've had, that have only recently started easing up, I've really not been able to go anywhere. Our social lives have been largely deleted, or at least very heavily disrupted. I'm far away from family. My wife is far away from family as well. So these are the skies that I've got. So I figured I'd see what I could do with them. And trips to darker sky areas, now that travel is more possible, these trips are precious commodities, and they're very hard to come by. So this is what I can do. So the results that I get, can be very grungy, and they're never going to make astronomy photo of the day, or rival images taken in darker skies or with more sophisticated equipment. I'm also not making zombie kill of the week either, so that's okay. But it's still surprising what can be done. If someone had told me just a few years ago that I could take some of these photos from the middle of the city, I wouldn't have believed it. And lastly, again, because trips to dark skies are so rare and so precious, it's good to practice at home and make all of the mistakes that you're going to make, under less critical skies. So how bad are these guys? This is a 40-second exposure at f4.5 and ISO 1600 with my shortest refractor. It's a 40 millimeter Apo guide scope, really, and a mirrorless digital camera mounted on a very small star tracker. If you look really, really closely, you might see some specks that are stars. And if you use the aforementioned power of imagination, you might make out a smudge or two that aren't stars. And with the magic of tracking and stacking, this is 2.5 hours of total integration time on a part of the Virgo cluster, including the distinctive Markarian's chain in the upper right. You'd see there are more galaxies in this image than you can shake a stick at. My biggest telescopes, and Nicole and I are kindred spirits in this. My biggest telescopes only have about 100 millimeters of aperture. Actually 102, my Explore Scientific refractor. So none of these galaxies are really visible at the eyepiece from the city at all. So this image for me represents a whole load of Astro Pokédex entries. For imaging, so I use much shorter refractors, ranging from like 40 to 60 millimeters in aperture. My strategy, because the skies very literally are the limit, is to track and stack as many unguided exposures as possible using a basic star tracker, to build up the signal and beat down the noise. And because I can't reliably see anything dimmer than magnitude 3.5, I have to be really careful to research and plan and frame my targets ahead of time. So using something like Stellarium, I can simulate my field of view with a given camera and lens combination and rely on the fact that my camera's live view can see down to about magnitude 8. So I can plan a series of star hops from a star that I can actually see to the object that I want to frame, which will absolutely not be visible in live view, nor likely will it be visible in any one of my subframes. Sometimes I can do this in one hop, but 3 or 4 hops also isn't uncommon. And this goes back to practicing before you get out to a dark sky site, because if you've practiced a 3 or 4 hop star hop with stars you can't see with your eyes a bunch of times, then by the time you get out there and everything's just visible, that's like shooting fish in a barrel. So in terms of targets, emission nebulae can be easier than broadband targets because we can take advantage of nebula filters. Especially on wider fields, light pollution sky gradients can be extreme. So it's really, really best to wait until the objects are as high up as possible. But this also means that we might only be able to get an hour or so of data per night, compared to being able to shoot all night at a dark sky site, because you really don't have any light domes or city lights to deal with. So here's an example of an emission nebula target. I think all told, you see the details up there. I've got 6.5 hours over 5 nights. Although I saw recently someone on the main RASC group post something like 17 total hours of integration time. So I've got a ways to go. This is the Cygnus Loop and Veil Nebula, and I'll say that some minor processing may have occurred to get this result. Now here's an example of what's generally a broadband target, Messier 33, the galaxy in Triangulum. It's also an example of what I was talking about earlier, of jumping the gun and shooting the target before it's really ripened. Because it's on the rise right now, or it was on the rise in the late summer when I was shooting these, it starts out pretty low in the sky. And by the time you finish your final stack, you can see the sky gradient doing this rotation, this field rotation around, and you can get rid of it. You can remove the gradient and suppress the sky glow, but unavoidably you degrade the signal and you hit your noise floor pretty quickly. So basically, I just have to be patient and wait until M33 peaks in another month or so. So let's talk about some basic equipment. So I started out with what I have on the left. That's a basic barn door manual tracker that I built for myself for an astrophotography class I took at a photography school about a decade ago. And over the years, I made a number of improvements to it, including a laminated cardboard tick wheel and a metronome set to 60 beats per minute in 5/4 time, so that I can time like precisely how to turn that wheel. That manages, that's pretty well, but it's really hands-on. And you could see the cameras being held on there by a ball mount, and so balancing and framing gets really, really difficult. The setup on the right is what I was using until just a couple of months ago. The monstrosity you see is a 1970s Japanese 60mm f5 achromat with I'm using a batter semi-apo to tame the purple fringing a little bit, and a field flattener that I stole from another telescope. It's all riding the Star Adventure Mini, which was not meant to do this, which itself is riding on top of another equatorial mount. Hi, Scott, which is basically being used as a glorified latitude bench. But thankfully, I've stopped abusing that poor little mount, and it's back to what it was meant for, just a straight EQ. And I've updated my setup to something a little bit simpler, just a Star Adventure 2i and a very short apo refractor on the left there. On the right, you see the 1980s Jason Shuttlescope, plastic toy telescope that's in the shape of the NASA space shuttle. I decided to try to mount this on the Star Adventure, and I've done it a couple of times now. It is basically impossible to balance, because you can imagine the whole front of the telescope is plastic, and you put a camera on the back, and everything's going to be back tippy. But the results are surprisingly fantastic. But that's probably a topic for another time. So I'm just about done with this with my presentation. But let's for my last little series of images, let's visit North America. So this is if you shoot straight up in the late summer with a normal angle lens for 2 minutes with my camera's base ISO, which I think is something like ISO 200, you get this gray muck. But you can also see the outline of the Cygnus Northern Cross asterism. So to orient yourselves, Albireo is approximately 2/3 of the way to the right and pretty close to the top, and Deneb is lower left comparatively. So yes, and you do this 25 more times, stack and stretch, and you can start to see something. Not making any excuses. It's pretty cool that you can pull out this kind of detail from downtown in a metro area of like 4 million people, but this is pretty ugly. I mean, this is the kind of detail that you can get in just a couple of minutes from a dark sky site, but I ain't got dark skies. So I've circled the North American Nebula NGC 7000. That's in the lower left of the frame. And here's the same area that I shot with a 1954 vintage Leica Elmar 90mm lens with the batter semi-apo sticky tacked to the front of the lens to cut down on purple fringing. So like MacGyver is cool, but he's more duct tape and paper clips. I'm all about JV Weld epoxy and poster putty. And finally, just last Sunday, the night before the full moon, we've had terrible luck with clouds and with wildfire smoke and everything. So any clear night is an observing or an imaging night. So I took this with my newest scope to get this framing. And given the limitations of the skies that I've got, I'm pretty happy with this one. It's okay. You can go deeper, you can do more, but as a basic start, like I'm cool with it. So I guess to sum up, tinkering and pushing budget and inappropriate gear in very limiting skies, it's not easy. It's not for everyone, but it could be fun and rewarding. It's also humbling, I guess, to remember that despite all of the artificial light that we see fit to throw into the night sky, our favorite celestial objects are still there. They've always been there and will continue to be there long after we're gone and we're no longer able to throw artificial light up into the sky. And finally, even if the results aren't the prettiest pictures that you can take, astrophotography is a long game. And I take it that everything I learn, every frustration, every time I want to, toss things onto my balcony floor, when I make a critical error, it's something that you can learn from and you can take away, to when you're shooting at a darker sky site, provided you don't do something silly like forget your tube rings at home after you've driven an hour and a half. It's never happened to me.
No.
So
me.
in the end, I'm grateful for any time I get out under the stars, under whatever skies, and I'm grateful for the time that you've given me. Thank you very much.
Wow, thanks very much, Kwa. That's wonderful, and a great way to end our part of the show. So hope you guys liked it down in Kiwi land. So we've got, and yeah, we've heard from David and Alendria and Kareem, David, Gerald, Dominique. We didn't hear so much from Gerald, but we definitely heard from Dominique, Nicole, and Kwa.
And Russell.
And me too. Yes, that's right. Well, my part's now winding up. So Scott, back to you.
Okay. All right. So we're going to take a little bit of a break. It's a good time to get a sandwich or a cup of coffee, stretch your legs a little bit, and we'll be back in a few minutes.
And Kwa, I need to see that shuttle scope in action one of these days. That thing is so cool.
It is way better than you imagine it might be.
Well, it's very distinctive. You'll probably get the biggest lineups at any star party.
Oh, there it is. You see.
Oh, there it is. Okay.
Yeah. Beatrice loved your presentation.
The amazing images there, Claude.
Thank you. Thank you.
And some of the details that Dominic and Gerald were showing. Oh,
it's
breathtaking.
Amazing. It's like the lanes and the details in the galaxies. That's amazing resolution.
That Andromeda from, sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead, Kareem.
No, I was just going to say the Andromeda from David still takes my breath away. And watching Nicole in action at one of those sketching stations is just inspiring.
Yeah, David's lucky he can get it all in one, get Andromeda all in one shot. We had to merge 3 photos together. I don't know if you noticed, it had a Hubble kind of look.
Yeah.
We can see the three rectangles. Yep.
Yeah.
Because it's basically 3 times bigger than the full moon. So.
But I'm actually, after what Dominic was saying, I want to go back to some of the earlier pictures of Andromeda, and I want to see just how far the small elliptical galaxy has gotten over the last century of observation, basically. I'm curious now.
That'd be cool.
Yeah. Well, I'm curious with the other one there. Which one was it? The one with that's defying the rules of dark matter there.
Yes.
You know, when I read this, I said, "Oh, controversy," and they're upset. The calculation.
But in your picture, I could see the halo around it. I could see.
Yeah, I know. It's very faint. You need a lot more exposure. It's because we usually do 2 hours, or
Yeah, me too.
we need to up our.
Need a permanent mount. That's what it is.
And Russell, have you met Connell? Connell is a student at Penn State University. He's going to be on towards the end after the New Zealand group.
Oh, great. Hi, Connell.
Hey, good evening, sir. How are you?
Oh, good. You don't have to call me sir. We're all volunteers here, so only my students call me sir, and only in the classroom. No.
Unless you start taking business courses in French and he starts marking, yeah, you just call him Russell.
Yeah, then I'm Dr. Fralich, but I don't
All right.
But not to my friends. Well, you're Connell. You're in Penn State?
Penn State, that's right.
And, oh wow, okay.
I did some global star parties over the summer. I shared some outreach work I was doing with my high school and the local library. And then tonight I'm sharing some astrophotography of the Northern Hemisphere, some star trails and some things like that. So
Penn State.
Hopefully that'll be a nice perspective on things.
Yeah, and you've got a pretty dark sky then, if I remember. Penn State's in the middle of Penn.
Yeah, it's just west of the Poconos.
Yeah, so you're pretty dark.
Yeah, it depends. I mean, on campus, it looks like a downtown city. I mean, if you look up, I've been able to make out Auriga well enough. I've been seeing some of the winter constellations in the mornings, Orion. The Pleiades are barely visible. But then there was a night a couple of weeks ago, I drove maybe 15, 20 minutes out of town. And it was one of the most amazing skies I'd ever seen. Had to be in Bortle 3, Bortle 4 kind of light pollution. And it was really an incredible sky to see.
Was that down to a valley or was it over towards the river?
It was about 15 minutes west of here, over towards the river, I think.
Okay.
Wow.
Because if you go too far, you start getting the lights of Pittsburgh actually hitting, like, even though it's far away, the lights of Pittsburgh go really far into the countryside there.
Yeah, yeah. Where I lived before, I was kind of sandwiched between New York and Philadelphia, and it wasn't too bad. It was a lot of the local light pollution that added up. But here, I mean, you're right in the middle of the state, and there isn't much else outside Penn State. It's quite a rural place. So a lot of it is local light pollution, the street lights in the buildings, and the stadiums that they have. There's, I'd say, half a dozen huge stadiums, Beaver Stadium, of course. So they all have the lights on. But if you go not too far outside, it's quite rural. In fact, the local astronomy club takes trips now and then to Cherry Springs State Park, which I'm sure many of you are familiar with, one of the darkest places east of the Mississippi.
Oh, yeah.
And you get out there, and it is the kind of dark where you can't see your hand in front of your face.
Oh, that's so cool. Oh, man. Yeah, I'd like to go there, but we can't. We'd have to fly over the border.
Just we'll wait a little bit longer. Next spring.
Next spring.
We'll plan it.
Next spring. Yeah, I mean, I go to Mégantic, so that's one of our provincial parks. That's 2.5 hour drive east. It's like spitting distance from the border with Maine and New Hampshire. And it's pretty dark, but I don't know if it's that dark. I think it's like Bortle 3, maybe, or maybe Bortle 2. Kareem, do you know?
I think it's about a 2.5 or a 3, what it's rated at. But this is the thing, is if you go to in one side of Mégantic, it's a 3. On the other side of Mégantic, it's a 2. So it's a question of where you are with respect to Sherbrooke.
Yeah.
I'm on the same side as Sherbrooke because that's where the chalets are.
You've got a 3.
You've got a 3.
But
it's a question of whether or not you want running water.
Yeah, I want running water, I want heat, I want
just camping.
That's right. I don't go to the campsite anymore.
I actually reached out to Samir today because he's out there. And so I was asking if he wanted to join us tonight. And he said that at the moment he has almost no internet. And so his data coverage is incredibly rare. So when he goes for a walk away from his chalet, there's a couple of spots where he gets a bit of internet and then it's gone again. So, because between him and Anthony, I've heard a little bit about that, and it's pretty tough.
Oh, wow. Maybe they should get that Starlink service then when it comes up commercially.
We were just wondering if I don't know if Scott's here, but we're thinking of doing a wee walk around the observatory. So we'll get
that'd be cool.
Anton's phone.
Yeah.
So we were wondering, because the whole screen sharing thing, how would we make it big so that everyone can see the video from his phone? Is it?
Well, we still keep the audio from this microphone.
Well, I mean, the audio is good.
I gotta talk to Scott. Like, he'll be back in 1 minute and 46 seconds.
So you guys want to log in on Zoom on your smartphone?
Yeah. So we've just got Anton joining now.
Okay. So go ahead and join.
There we go.
Right.
That was a joining noise.
Okay. And then,
live stream.
And then you switch the camera around to face whichever way you want it to face.
All right.
Okay.
Okay. Let's see. Does that work? Yeah.
And let's see if.
How do I see my camera?
Oh, there you go. No, that's you. Yeah, that's you.
All right. You see it now?
Oh, where did he go? Where did he go? All right. That's. Where did he? Oh, there he is. Yeah, no, it's your face, and then the other way around. Can you swap the camera?
Yeah, I see.
Can you, can you do the front-facing camera?
Do the front-facing
No, the back-facing camera.
Back-facing camera.
Oh, that one.
Oh, there, that one.
Yeah.
Oh,
no. No. You'd think we'd know how to use technology.
There you go. There you go.
Hello. All right. 36
36
seconds. And then we can walk around the observatory.
Yeah, there's a little feature for a couple of minutes here. I'll just switch to that real quick so we can get through this.
No worries.
Okay.
NASA's Perseverance Perseverance rover recently successfully sealed and stored the first 2 rock samples from Mars. One of the ways the rover analyzes the rocks it's sampling is with the Sherlock instrument and its camera, Watson. This detective team studies rock surfaces and building blocks of ancient life. To learn more, we are joined by Eva Scheller, who is part of the instrument science team. Eva, what is Sherlock and how does it help pick which rocks are worth sampling?
Sherlock is a really amazing instrument. It actually stands for the Scanning Habitable Environments with Raman and Luminescence for Organics and Chemicals. It has 2 components. One is a very good camera called Watson, and the other is Sherlock itself, which is actually an ultraviolet laser that we use to characterize the mineralogical compounds and organics on the Martian surface. And that tells us whether a particular rock is worth sampling or not.
So what has Sherlock told us about the rocks of Jezero crater so far?
Sherlock has made really amazing discoveries. We now know that these rocks derived from a volcanic environment and that there was liquid water there in Mars's past that formed salts that Sherlock has seen. And that actually has let us know that the samples we've just taken could have formed in an ancient habitable environment.
Now, looking to the future, what role will Sherlock play in the search for ancient life?
Sherlock is a very important instrument for 2 reasons. The first is that Sherlock is the only instrument that can directly detect organics, our building blocks for life, and we're always looking for organics in the samples we're taking. The second is that because Sherlock characterizes the chemical composition of the rock, that helps us understand whether any samples formed in an ancient habitable environment.
Well, thank you so much for joining us today, Eva. To get the latest updates, follow at NASA JPL and at NASA Persevere on social media and on the mission website, mars.nasa.gov/perseverance, where you can also find all the raw images being sent back by the rover.
Okay, guys. Now, when you are doing your tour, you have to be talking the whole time so that the Zoom camera is focused on you. Okay, so it works off of an audio signal. So if you got that, then you can start your tour of the observatory. And we do not have audio for some reason from you.
We've got to have that one.
Yes. Okay. So, we're currently at the annex here. Oh, yes. So, we're at the Beverly Big Observatory. Yeah, that's the observatory we have. And we exit the front door. We have the annex. So, we have a big dome. Well, medium-sized dome. We call it a big dome because we're small people. And so initially, this square building was built in the 1920s, and then in the 60s, they got sick of it because it was too small to hold meetings, and they extended it to get the annex. Yeah, and if we go around here, you can see our local council has been nice and given us a flat pad where we can do our observing at night. And we've got a pier for a little EQ6 that we occasionally bring out. We got a sundial that was made 1990.
That's cool.
Yeah, that is only really works when it's not cloudy, as you can imagine. But it was made by one of our members, and it's really cool. We've got a solar analemma there, and it's integrated with Māori mythology because in the 1990s they had a bigger event, and this was kind of for that event. It was trying to like bring together all the cultures and like, yeah, I'll talk about it a bit later, but integrating Māori like culture into our own is quite important. And this is the original front door with the sign on it. Yeah, actually I might go outside. I'm going to show the reason the observatory was initially built for Dunedin, which is the city we live in, was this. Not the pipe. The thing behind the pipe is, what's it called? It's the transit slit. So what we were actually the time setters. We set the time in Dunedin because we watched for the solar transit across the meridian. So this building is lined up perfectly north-south, which makes polar alignment slightly easier given that we're in the Southern Hemisphere. So we need every piece of help we can get. It depends us that we just had a telescope going through that would project the sun down, and we could figure out exactly when solar noon was and set the time for the rest of the city. And then they invented radio, it became obsolete. But yeah. So this is the actual observatory we have here. We used to not have this raised floor, but that's because we had a much larger telescope. So as we moved to an SCT rather than a normal Cassegrain or a Newtonian, it's struggled a lot. So having the raised floor was very helpful. So we've got a concrete pier going down with mounted on a steel thing. We've got a paramount mount. And we've got all of our equipment. It's a 14-inch Celestron. And we've got 2 cameras at the back. We've got a video camera here and CCD, which we use for kind of short period and long period photometry. Yep. And it's a bit of a mess at the moment, but that's all right. And then we have a computer control it and all that. And then we're back into the annex. I hope that's clear enough. Clear as mud, as they say. All right. Very short time.
You can go back to talk.
Awesome. So, I'm muted.
We can hear you, Linus.
Wait. Yep. Oh, that one's muted. Dang it. Okay, I'm confused now. Yes. So that was a weird way of starting off this. But we are the Dunedin Astronomical Society. That's like our deal. We were formed in 1910 by a group of people. In Dunedin there is a large university, large by New Zealand standards. We get around 20,000 students a year. Accounts for about 20% of our population, and it's basically a university city. So a lot of what we do in Dunedin is based around the University of Otago. So in 1910, some doctors, professors, the whole shebang, they decided that they would make an astronomical society, and they had a pretty good thing to start off with, right? So there's some pretty cool people that have been through Dunedin. One of which is Arthur Beverley. So he's the namesake for the Beverley part of the Beverley Big Observatory, and he was considered, I guess, a Dunedin philanthropist in the 1800s. He was also kind of a smart cookie. He did a whole lot of cool things, but one of them was he built a clock that was powered by the expansion and contraction of the air due to the daily temperature changes. And it was built in the late 1800s and hasn't been rewound since. It's in the physics department at Otago at the moment. It's very cool. But he also made some telescopes. So he made a 3-inch refractor, which we keep on our wall, which I can actually point to. It's made of brass, which is very satisfying because it feels old and cool. We only really take it out for special occasions though, because that's too high. Because it's a lot easier to just use a Dobsonian, as I'm sure you're aware. But so he when he died, which was in 1890s or so, yeah, exactly. He said, if an astronomical society is to be formed, we'll donate it. And so that's what they did. There was another telescope that he donated as well, but I'm not sure where it's gone off to. Anyway, so they built an observatory near the university, which I'm pointing away from here because it's not where we are now. It was on a hill. It was on a hill. It's not a hill anymore. It was called Tanner Hill, and they wanted the university to be bigger, so they destroyed the hill and destroyed our observatory in the process. And so they searched around for other sites, and we ended up where we are now, at the edge of what's called Robin Hood Park. Don't know why it's called Robin Hood Park, but that's where we are. What? In the town belt. Yes. So in Dunedin, we have a thing called the town belt. So, oh yeah, Ash is going to talk about that a little bit later. I'm not going to spoil too much about Dunedin. But in the start, we had, as I mentioned, the meetings down at the university, and we had our monthly talks, and we covered a whole lot of interesting stuff. So I had a bit of an escapade through the archives, and there were such gems as discussing the formation of the moon from like a molten Earth that kind of just wobbled its way to have a little droplet form that was the moon, which was a cool thing that they talked about. And one of our prized positions also comes from that kind of era of mostly being about teaching and less about observation, because there wasn't actually too much observation back in the day. They did, I don't know, if a lunar occultation, so they watched stars go behind the moon mostly. But we have here an orrery, which is really cool. We like our orrery. Oh yeah, do you want to turn it on the wall? Yes, there we go. It's very cool. It makes a very nice noise too. We got the sun, we got the 4 inner planets, and I love using this when I'm showing a group around the observatory. Because it shows transits of the inner planets, as well as why the inner planets don't stray too far from the sun, because it's not always easy to get that mental picture in your head, you know, especially when you're looking at you're outside looking at the stars. It's hard to picture the solar system in that way. So if you can put yourself on the Earth and you can look at everything and you can see why Mars has a retrograde motion sometimes and all that, it's great fun. And it was bought from the east coast of the States. Why is Mars not moving? That's a good question. Yeah, it's moving. Yeah. So that kind of continued. We actually, through both world wars, we had a few members go off and do their thing in the war. And we were down to some strip numbers. We had a few incidents with vandalism as the observatory was unprotected. So we had a whiteboard with obscenities written on it, as they said in the notebook. And there was also a couple arson attempts, which kind of sucks, but we've moved past that. Yeah. So currently we've gone through about 2 other telescopes in our observatory, and it started off with this thing here, CJ. This is a big old Newtonian made by a guy in Whanganui up in the North Island called Joseph Ward. He was kind of the New Zealand telescope maker of the era. And it was stored up in Oamaru for ages by one of the speakers who was supposed to be here, but we couldn't quite do that. But he brought it down just last year or the year before to kind of reunite it, because it had been sitting in his garage for ages. But it's really cool to see it back, and it's kind of cool to see how far we've come in terms of the telescopes we use. So as I said, we've moved to a Schmidt Cassegrain, and what we do with it, aside from astrophotography, which is pretty tricky because we got 4 meters focal length, so galaxies only. We just got color filters after 13 years. So yeah, Ash and Peter are going to talk a bit more about what we do at the observatory with the telescope. So I think it's Ash. Ash is up. Oh, I should introduce you to Ash is. Ash is a pretty long-standing member. He's been the president of the society a few times. Once, I don't know how long. I don't ask these sorts of questions. He is a life member as of 2019, and he's really foundational. And he's kind of a driving force behind actually continuing doing things at the observatory. It's really nice to have him around. Yeah.
I got a couple of prompt notes. Happy there? Okay. Greetings all. Well, welcome to the deep south, if you like. It's a bit of a cool day outside. We've just gone through period of a couple of days would have had howling southerlies. So it's ruined anything we've planned astronomically. But I'd like to make a wee comment. You talked about Andromeda before. It gets up about 2 degrees above our horizon down here, and it's quite a challenge. It's normally if you lost me. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. It gets up about 2 degrees off the horizon. It's quite a challenge to go up a hilltop and grab the binoculars and actually see the thing. So it's become an annual event here. Well, it's just about now when it's starting to climb in the evening sky. I've had a couple of visits stateside and never crossed the 45-degree line, unfortunately. Been up to Montana, times of solar eclipses. That's my interest in travelling north. Thoroughly enjoyed it. You're on my bucket list to visit Canada at some stage. You might remain on my bucket list. So, but I would like to get up through there sometime. We've had a couple of Canadian members in the society here over the years. They've both been lecturers down at the university, but it goes back a few years. We've lost time. We've lost track, and things move on. I'd like to paint a wee bit of a picture, if I may, regarding Dunedin and here's Peter arrived back, and our topography, if you like. The 2 main islands of New Zealand are probably something similar in size to England, Wales, and a little bit larger. The population of New Zealand's around about 5 million, and about 1 million of us live in the South Island, which is good for us. We don't mind being underpopulated. Dunedin itself is on the southeast coast of the South Island, and we're nearer latitude 46 than 45. But that's of no consequence. We're situated in what we call the Otago Peninsula, which is basically it's a volcanic peninsula. We're at the bottom of a natural harbour, which is about 24 kilometres long before you go from the city out to the sea. The city centre's on reclaimed land, and it's widely surrounded by hills and quite low, quite decent sized mountains around the area. So it's quite a wide variety of a region from a climate point of view, from an astronomy point of view. The sad thing about New Zealand is we're set in the middle of a big ocean, and we're subject to all the climate that goes through. So clear skies are treasured here, and we make the most of it when we get a chance. The observatory is at a 15 minutes walk from the centre of the city. We're at an altitude of about 136 metres. And as is described before, we're sitting in what we call the city belt, which is the city was founded by Scottish settlers around about the 1840s. And they had the foresight to actually keep a big belt of native bush, of which we're sitting in the middle of. On one side is a sports ground or soccer ground, if you like. The other side's a golf club. You may think that is ideal from an astronomical point of view for telescopes, but we've had the problems like yourselves over the years with big lights, with street light pollution. Recent years, we've been able to talk to our city council. They've shaded the lights for us. In the last 12 months or so, they've changed all the city lights and listen to what we've had to say amongst other groups, and all these city lights are now shaded. So putting that in perspective, outside the observatory, you can step outside the observatory now. June, July, May, the Milky Way is directly overhead. Scorpio, Sagittarius, and across towards the Southern Cross, Centaurus, that region, are all at some point directly overhead. We get the Milky Way it will fill the sky overhead from north to south. So we get a great advantage of that. We can see down to about magnitude 6.3, 6.5 visually from the observatory. So that's quite an advantage. I like to point out to people one particular star, and to actually realize that that particular star is something like about 8,000 light years from us. It's a well-known variable called Eta Carina. Can actually see that star quite comfortably from outside the door of the observatory. So if you've got a laser, you can just describe it to people. And so our seeing is quite good. If you've never seen Eta Carina, if you're down in the southern sky at some stage, get a decent telescope, good eyepiece. It's like an hourglass in the eyepiece. It's quite beautiful. It's quite a stunning object to see it. We have, as been briefly mentioned, we have, one thing about Dunedin is 15 minutes and you're out in the country. We have our own dark sky site, which is about 55 minutes drive from the observatory here. The area is surrounded by hills, decent hills, valleys, whatever. And once we get up to our cottage in a place called Middlemarch, you can barely see the city now, city lights. There's a small township not far away. You can hardly see the lights from that village, and a big open cast gold mine not far from there. But so we have the sky to ourselves. Temperatures will drop down in the region to something like, in the middle of winter, 5, 6, 7 degrees below Fahrenheit. So we don't have the same problems you guys have. Sorry? Centigrade, yes, I've been corrected in the back, quite right. So it doesn't get bitterly cold even in the middle of winter here. Yes, apologies, Peter. Yeah. Okay, so we, as a club, will take our equipment up, carry it with us, spend all night. If necessary, some people might stay on, have a sleepover at the cottage. The cottage is very basic. It's got a coal range, no power, and but you take everything with you. I'd just like to finish basically by talking a little bit about what we do here in astronomy. Briefly mentioned by Linus before, going back to when the observatory was established in 1922, we were the city's timepiece. And we had a telescope called a transit scope. I believe it was about 300 of them made around about that period. Very simply, you opened a slit beside the dome of the observatory, pointed the telescope directly up, and stars passing over at midnight. You took a timing from that. We passed the time on, and we became the city's timepiece for just a few years until a little later on, when radio in the 30s became more common, and time pips were used as a national timepiece. And round about the 1930s, there are some records showing people attempted lunar occultations. Be the brighter stars, I dare say, some of the brighter stars. They're looking for multiple stars, things like that. Brighter stars going in and out behind the moon. The only way I think they could have recorded accurately, and I'd question in the accuracy, would be a stopwatch and a pendulum clock, which we have at the observatory. More at recent times, you had the advent of tape recorders, using the stopwatch again, the observer standing at the eyepiece with the wee toy clicker and organising arranging the observations. Of interest these days, we go into the asteroids, the observations using video cameras and GPS time signals and so on. So that we're quite active in that. That is one of the aspects of what we do here. I'm going to leave that to you guys and say thank you very much for a wee chance to have a chat with you, and pass it on back to Linus.
Thank you, Ash. So yeah, that's a bit of what Ash does, and Peter actually was just at the at our cottage up in Middlemarch. He was he can explain about what he was doing, but he can also talk about a little bit about what he does with our CCD camera up on the C14.
I'll come a little bit closer, but I don't think it'll make much difference given the distance between us. So I'm notionally the science director. Ash actually does almost all of the work. So he does a huge amount of asteroid occultation measurement using video and GPS, as he mentioned. I tend to play around a little bit more, but one of the things that we do, which isn't really our work, but we have notionally three instruments at our dark sky site, which we look after for a group of Japanese researchers. So the first one that went in was a flux gate magnetometer, which is used for measuring changes in the ionosphere, essentially. And that's tied into space weather research. And that's been going since about 2011. And although I was here for the start of this session, I raced up to Middlemarch because I'd been up there last weekend and put a new data recorder in. And then I played around with one of the other instruments, which has been misbehaving, and I realized that I may have switched the power off on the data recorder, in which case it wouldn't have resumed recording. And so rather than losing a month's worth of data, I thought it better to go and check and maybe only lose a week. As it turned out, I hadn't done that. So it was a nice speedy trip there and back, but otherwise a waste of time. Peace of mind though. So the other two instruments that we have up there, neither of which are actually working at the moment, are an all-sky camera, which we would like to try and record proton aurora with. So Keski, who's doing this work from Japan, has really set this up as an experiment to see what's possible. So far, we have found that a good sealed box in an environment where the temperature changes quite a lot from midday to midnight, it sucks moisture in and fills the box up with water. And that steams up the little Perspex dome, which the camera looks through. And so about half an hour into the night, everything fogs out and you lose the rest of the night. So we put a fan in the box, and that might or might not have fixed it, because the next thing we found was that during the middle of winter, the dome freezes up at about midnight. So you get half a night. So we put a little heater in it to try and fix that. And the next thing that happened was that the software failed to delete all the temporary files, and the system ran out of disk space. This is actually running on a Raspberry Pi, so it's a SD card. But anyway, the net result is that after 2 years, we have about 2 or 3 months worth of data with one aurora. So that hasn't been greatly successful yet, but we're persevering. And the third instrument went in at the start of last year, and I got one trip up to check to see whether it was working, and it didn't seem to have started recording, or at least it recorded for a couple of days and then stopped. Then COVID kicked in, we went into lockdown, so I didn't really get back for another couple of months, and the system has just been a continual pain since then. Part of the problem is that it has a low battery detector. So all of the system is running off solar power. And during winter, we have quite short days and quite long nights. And so the battery was dropping down below the threshold for this device, and it was turning off. And once it turned off, it wouldn't turn on and start recording again. So if it stopped, that was it. But it took us several iterations of resetting the system and going back and trying to collect data to see what was going on. So we're still fighting that battle. So those projects are all things where we are assisting various Japanese researchers. For our own work, in the past, I've been fairly active with near-Earth object candidate observations. So these are NEOs or candidate NEOs which have been detected by survey telescopes and need follow-up measurements to try and determine whether they are in fact NEOs or not. That went on for 2 or 3 years, but NEOs have been being discovered at a phenomenal rate, and pretty much all of the bright ones have been found. So it's rare to get anything that's brighter than about 18th magnitude when it's newly discovered. And 18th magnitude is about the limit of what I can do with my expertise and the equipment that we have. I know other people who have similar equipment that get better results. They're just better at it than I am. But the thing that I've been getting into recently is a collaboration with a French group who call themselves Grandma. It's an acronym. I can never remember what it stands for. It's very laboured. But essentially, they are doing gravitational wave follow-up, and they have a particular interest in binary neutron star mergers. So they're using announcements from the LIGO-Virgo collaboration. LIGO's a couple of detectors in the States, and Virgo's a gravitational wave detector in Italy. In season 3, which finished about halfway through last year, again because of COVID, they started producing alerts essentially as soon as the automated systems had found something that looked interesting. The idea is that lots of people can then get onto those alerts and try and follow up and see if they can find signatures in other media. So during I think the previous season, there was a very successful event where they got a gamma ray detection at the same time that they got the gravitational wave detection. Somebody managed to have both pieces of information and put it together, and so they got onto it with visible light telescopes, and they ended up with an extremely successful piece of science as a result. So the intent is to try and reprise that by letting people know pretty much immediately when an event's detected, so that it's possible to get onto it with telescopes all around the world. Grandma has a particular interest in neutron star events. I don't know a great deal about the science, but I'm part of the observing team. We started in 2019, and I did observations for 2 or 3 candidate events during that season. And then, as I say, COVID kicked in 2020. The program shut down early. Season 4 starts up about midway through next year. And this year we've been putting in a little bit of practice by looking at other objects just to try and calibrate video processing pipelines and things like that. So those are kind of the things that I have had a personal interest in, to the extent that I've actually done some work. I'm also interested in things like eclipsing binary Observation, I've had a dabble at that sort of stuff, but actually some of our younger folk like Linus are the people who are really doing some work with that. So we're a relatively small society. We're in the middle of a city, but it's a small city. As Ash mentioned or alluded, we've just had all of our street lights replaced with 3K LED lighting, full cutoff. And that has actually made a substantial difference to the sort of general darkness around the observatory. With a sky quality meter, we get readings that are around 20.2 or 3, which for the middle of even a modest city is not too bad. What else can I tell you?
Oh, it's fantastic. The observatory has a rich history going back to the 20s. Your organization goes all the way back to, I think, 1910, something like that. I can only imagine the astronomical adventures and all the outreach that you guys have done over the last, 100 years. So it's really amazing.
Yeah, so the outreach is interesting. About, what was it, 10 years ago, Ash? When did we put the new telescope in? We put a new 14-inch telescope on a Paramount mount, and we've always had, or certainly as long as I've been involved with the Society, a strong tradition, I guess, of doing public outreach. And in all of that time, we have had regular Sunday night public nights. And it's always been the thing that we let people look through the telescopes, including the telescope in the dome. And before we upgraded that scope, that was actually a major mission. When you come to visit us, ask me and I'll tell you about the old telescope.
Okay.
It was a scary monster. So in practice, we never actually showed people through that telescope. We showed them through a refractor that was piggybacked on the back of it and just let them think that they were looking through the big scope. So
sneaky.
So when we came to replacing that scope, we kind of wanted to do a number of things, but the main impetus was to try and get some science being done. With the older scope, not only was it difficult and dangerous for the public, but it was actually difficult and dangerous for us. And we did very little science with it during the time that I've been with the Society. So we had it in our mind that what we really wanted to do was have this bright, shiny new telescope on a lovely mount, and then we could go out and do science. In practice, what happened was we carried on doing our public outreach. We carried on showing people through the telescope. And to do that, of course, you have to have an eyepiece on it. To put an eyepiece on it, you have to take all the cameras and all of the optical train off. And particularly for the sort of science that I was interested in doing, we needed things like flat fields. And a flat field's only good if you don't disturb anything. We were disturbing it every week. If we got one night during the week when we could get a decent flat field, we were really lucky. In practice, apart from the occultation work, we really weren't doing any science. So I happened to be chatting with a mate of mine on RASN's conference, and Simon said, it's easy. Don't let people look through the telescope. What you do instead is you do the science, set up the science, do the science on the public nights, do the science, talk about the science. So we've been doing that, and it's extremely successful. there were nights when I was doing things like NEO observation. So I was looking for a NEO candidate. And if you're really lucky, you actually got the object and you could show people not only the process, but the success. I was doing some double star measurement for some historical double stars that are in the Washington double star catalogue as NZO, New Zealand Observatory objects. These were discovered in about the 1910s by a fellow Ward up in the North Island. And again, my mate Simon was interested in following these stars up. He has a Meade with a fork mount. He got a new camera. The camera wouldn't swing through the fork, so he couldn't get up near the zenith. Most of these stars are near the zenith. End of project. So he asked me to pick it up, and I've, in a fairly deleterious sort of fashion, picked it up. But they're really good objects for public nights. So there was applause one night when I went to one of these stars that I hadn't visited before, and we found that it was not only a double star, but it was one of the stars that hadn't made it into the Washington double star catalogue. You can't get much better than that for public outreach for science and astronomy, I think.
You're never tempted to swing it over to like the core of Omega Centauri? You have a C14, it must look amazing.
We have an 18-inch Dob that we use for that stuff.
I'll be a height reference really quick.
You got a lot of Dobs back there. Do you just like hand them out at outreach times? Like a forest.
Yeah, they're in various states of goedness.
Oh, okay.
There are times when we do have.
We lost the audio.
Lost the audio.
We lost the audio, yeah. But that Dob is incredible, the one that they were pulling out back there.
It's just low battery.
It's probably called shorty or shrimp or something.
Tiny.
You know, it's so cool to do this particular event because they are so far south. I was just looking at it on Google Earth. Just a amazing distance all the way down there, and this small, relatively small group has had the tenacity and the just the drive to keep this organization running with this great little observatory for all these years. I think it's fantastic.
And they showcase so much of the science, which is just fantastic because they don't hide it from the public. They don't just show them the couple of cool things to look at. Oh, look, here's that. They showcase spectroscopy, asteroid occultations, like you name it. And the first thing we saw when Linus joined was the big radio telescope dish behind him.
It's like, oh, sorry, is that still there in the corner? Oh my gosh. Yeah. Well, I think it's the Scottish background. They're very practical and they just built everything from scratch. And
Russell, did you belong to this club at one time?
Oh, no, I went down there. I went down there as a tourist, but I went to see my daughter in Auckland, which is in the North Island.
Okay.
I did a tour of that, and then I went down to the south, and I much preferred, like these guys were saying, I much prefer the South Island, and especially Dunedin. It's a small city, like 100,000 or something. It's centered at the university. I'm a university professor, so I'm schmoozing around. I feel very comfortable there. It's very, they had lots of nature, like 10 minutes. We did biking in the countryside near like Middlemarch, Ranfurly, and all those places. It was just, wow, this is a nice place. And looking out at night, I could see, lots of stars. I didn't bring anything with me, but I was like, wow, I'm coming back. And I'm supposed to be on sabbatical right now, but I can't in New Zealand, but I can't go there because the country's closed.
It's closed. Yeah, I was just trying to see I was trying to check airfare down to
Yeah, you can't
the
go in.
airport, and it's just like, nope, sorry.
No,
No flights.
they're completely closed. You can't.
Yeah, Kwa and I were just jealous of how they're actually in the same room and able to talk to each other and
Yeah.
not just seeing each other across Zoom screens. We're very jealous.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah, they're hermetically sealed. So maybe by next spring, but my sabbatical runs out then. So they got to hurry up. I got to get down there.
Right. I'm not sure if they have, have you been able to fix your audio at all, or?
No, we can't hear you, Linus, but maybe.
Sorry.
Yay!
Wow.
Yay!
Thanks,
That's right.
All right. Well, thanks, Peter. That was great. I will quickly discuss a bit of the visual stuff. So we have talked a lot about the science, but we've got a big dome that was constructed by one of our members. We're actually standing, one thing I forgot to mention, we're standing on a basement. It's not very common, I don't think, for an observatory to have a basement, but this is where we had our mirror making and all that. So we've got a whole lot of mirror blanks that we haven't actually ended up using. Do you rotate the camera a bit?
I feel so lazy.
Yeah, it's kind of sad because it used to be a separate club, but it's kind of been absorbed and then demolished, sadly. But we still have that equipment, the abrasives, all that, and a really cool picture describing how you're supposed to do it. But when we go outside with our nice handmade dobs, and also our not handmade dobs, there's an awesome objects we can see. So we haven't really touched on that, but it's really, it's fantastic. Do you want to get the picture? I'll do it. Sorry. All right. So I'll just share our screen. We've got a Google Drive folder for all of our members to share their astrophotography to. So, for example, we've got. That's not one of ours. Wait. Oh yeah, the one. Yeah. No. So we've got. Most importantly, in my opinion, and hopefully most to make you most envious, we've got the Large Magellanic Cloud. It's loading.
Actually,
yeah,
your whole
so
Milky Way
we took
down
this
there
actually,
makes us envious. So
Very jealous.
yeah,
very
true,
jealous.
true. I didn't actually really notice that, but I haven't thought about that actually, because Scorpio is straight overhead right now at 8 p.m. It's amazing.
Awesome.
But this image that you're seeing right now is was a single exposure at 300 millimeters, untracked, which is just phenomenal, I think. That was taken by Anton there. And you can see the Tarantula Nebula. So the Tarantula Nebula is this area here. And so it's it's humongous. It is, if it were at the same distance as the Orion Nebula, it would fill half the sky. And it is incredibly bright. It's almost naked eye. It's just crazy. And aside from that, there's plenty of glorious Milky Way shots we've got here. Man, I was hoping this would load faster, but that's our cottage there. So we, plenty of red lights.
Wow.
And the Large Magellanic Cloud is up over here, and then there's the Small Magellanic Cloud, if you guys can see that. We do actually have not a constellation, but we have our own, New Zealand space object, which is the Galactic Kiwi. So in Australia they call it the Galactic Emu, but we're in New Zealand, so we don't have emus. So they do think they invented the pavlova, and they are wrong. But this is the beak of the kiwi here that which leads over to the Rho-Ophiuchus cloud complex. But there's you can make out the body there and the little feetsies, and we've got the core right overhead. I'm just rubbing it in. It's amazing. It's awesome. And yeah. And over on the left, we've also got the Carina Nebula, which is another thing that is just amazing. So I do quite a bit of astrophotography at home, and whenever I'm testing out a new setup, I just go straight to the Carina Nebula because it's circumpolar, and you just see what you can do. It's really great fun.
Beautiful.
Yeah, and here's a picture of the light pollution of Dunedin. This was kind of halfway through the LED transition, but this is the light pollution from Dunedin of from Middlemarch, which is where our cottage is. And there's the small Magellanic Cloud, and 47 Tucanae, which is NGC 247, 147. I should remember these things. But yeah, that's an amazing globular cluster. Aside from Omega Centauri, which is our pride and joy, 47 Tucanae is much nicer visually. It's just it gets a bit lower, so because it's closer to the pole, it never really gets very high. But during the winter time when we're doing our public nights, Omega Centauri passes straight overhead, and it's the nicest one to look at through the 18-inch. But yeah, small Magellanic Cloud in and of itself isn't quite as cool as the large one. Yeah, let me just see if I can get you another thing. So I know you guys are in Canada, so you're probably very used to aurora. But there's a local museum, the Otago Museum, which is, I will make it full screen, don't worry. So this is a video he took of auroral pulsations. The director, Ian Griffin, he took this. And I just get chills every time I look at this video, to be honest. I don't know how well it's coming through on Zoom, but the Southern Cross and the two pointers are upside down there. And one of those pointers is Alpha Centauri, which we're lucky to, have the nearest star right in our neighborhood, and circumpolar as well. Yeah. So the Southern Cross, as you might know, is on our flag, because a lot of us Pacific nations are very proud of the fact that we can see the Southern Cross or something. It's very striking if you ever come down to the Southern Hemisphere. It is, yeah, it's kind of like Scorpio, but only 4 stars. It's that level of.
But why did the Australians put the 5th one in?
They probably wanted to be a bit special.
Because they're optimists. You can't actually see it from most Australian cities.
Yeah, but it is very visible. Like, yeah, we always have to point out the fact that you can see it from here, even though it's apparently the Australian one. Yeah, so it's kind of sad. Some of our major astrophotographers couldn't really come along, but we still, we still take their images and show them to people. Yeah, that's so. And yes, so the closest star to Earth, not just the closest star system, Alpha Centauri, we've got Proxima Centauri as well, right next, well, not right next, close to Alpha Centauri. And we've spent, with our C14, we've spent a wee while putting together an animation of the proper motion. And yeah, that's just awesome to see. I've seen.
How long is that?
As far as I can tell, it's
5 years.
5 years? Yeah.
Yeah. So it spans a couple of different cameras, and as it goes on, you'll see that the quality gets better as our technique gets a bit better.
And just luck on seeing, I guess.
So is that about 10 arc seconds in 5 years? Is that about right?
I think it's about
no, less than 10.
Yeah, it's around 5.
Yeah, I should know. I worked it out. So I actually took these photographs, but Mirko Harnish, one of our members, has done great work in taking images at different resolutions and obviously quite different orientations and mudding it together into a GIF that actually works. So for the last image that I took, I did a calculation to find out how much it was moving, and I knew when I calculated it and I've forgotten now. But it's a fun project.
No worries, that's impressive.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, there's so many awesome southern objects I kind of wanted to show you. So the last thing I think I'll talk about is kind of a historical one. So the first, we're kind of long overdue for a supernova in the Milky Way. And the most recent one, and the only one that's ever been observed with telescopes, was SN 1987A, which was just in the Large Magellanic Cloud. And it kind of still is, because you can still see the supernova remnant with Hubble. But the way it was discovered is very interesting, because it was during the New Zealand night, so we were very lucky. So there was some members here who were photographing the Tarantula Nebula, and back in those days you didn't have auto guiding, you had manual guiding. So they had their secondary scope, and they located it on the nearest bright star, and of course they go back and check, and it's not in their star charts. So they discovered a supernova. But they weren't the first to send it in. It was actually a group up in the top.
They didn't send it in at all. They completely dropped the ball on it. So they had been using this bright object to guide, and neither of them, who, although young, were fairly experienced, had recognized that there were no bright stars in that region. So the discoverers were actually... Albert Jones was a New Zealand observer. He reported it, but his wasn't the first report. There was an Australian observer who produced the first report. However, one of the two guys that were using this star as a guide star and taking photographs is now heavily involved in supernovae observations, and his life work effectively revolves around supernovae. We had him over. He's a Dunedin lad, and he comes back from time to time, and we had him give a talk at one point, and he talked about 4 different supernovae, 2 of which he had dropped the ball on, and 2 of which were a stunning success. And this was one of the ones that he had dropped the ball on.
Yeah, but I always like to tell that story because it's early history of us being awesome. No,
that's awesome. That's good.
Yeah, and I would like to also kind of, well, not really respond, but discuss indigenous astronomy, right? And kind of responding to Kareem. So Maori culture, it hasn't been terribly well preserved, especially in the South Island. It's quite sad. The South Island is notably less habitable than the North, especially for people who are used to Pacific island hopping. And one thing that Polynesians were amazing at was navigating by the stars, because they would travel, half the distance across the Pacific Ocean without hitting an island, and they would know exactly where they were going. And that's something that's always been, absolutely fascinating, because they relied so heavily on, this resource we're, throwing away and taking for granted at the same time. And it's really, that's why we have that sundial, is we're trying to bring that in. And the Pleiades, as we call it in New Zealand, it's Matariki, and they have a similar story of you might have to correct me on this. It was I'm not sure if they were sisters, but there were 7 people who got caught in a fishnet. Of course, being from the Pacific, it's all very ocean related. But that's just like one example. The Scorpio's tail is Maui's hook in Maori mythology, and yeah, I do wish that we had a better record in it, because Maori never had a written language until Europeans arrived, and by that time, it's a bit late.
I mean, at some point, it's the effort that you're putting in, which is fantastic, because you're trying to get some of these stories and you're trying to bring them into what you do and what you have at your observatory. And that's where it'll start to maybe generate a little bit more interest and a little bit more even opening up by the indigenous peoples to share some of those stories that they had handed down from mother or grandmother or aunt or uncle.
Yeah.
And Linus, isn't Matariki now a big holiday? I saw lots of coverage on the news and stuff, and everybody was talking about it.
Yeah, so it was around that 1990 period when they had that kind of let's actually celebrate Maori culture. Yeah, and so that's when they started recognizing Matariki as of cultural importance. And it's actually, I remember at primary school or elementary, sorry, it's a couple Americans. We would do like big celebrations. We'd go down, would make taniwha, all that fun stuff. And just recently, as you said, it's been made into a public holiday, and that's it's a great step forward to recognize, because it's recognizing that impact and it's not necessarily that Matariki was the most important, Maori holiday, but the fact that we are choosing to recognize at least one of them is a huge step forward in terms of integrating Maori culture. Yep. Anyway,
Great.
I just wanted to mention that, especially when hearing your talk, Kareem. It's very good.
Also, small side note to that, we had the Royal Astronomical Society of New Zealand conference in Wellington a few months ago. And one of our speakers at that conference was a woman who has been involved in determining just when Matariki should be celebrated. It's a bit complicated, of course, because it's a celebration tied to a sidereal rising, and it's used to synchronize a lunar calendar. And in practice, different tribes use different celestial objects. So the Northern Hemisphere tribes tend to use Matariki or Pleiades or Subaru. The southern tribes tend to use Puaka, which is Rigel. And the thing that they're synchronizing to may be the next full moon or the next new moon. So it all behaves a little bit differently. One thing that's very common across all of the tribes, though, is that Matariki sort of signifies the start of a period of contemplation and reflection for people who have passed in the last year. And so that's actually a large part of the celebration. And that was kind of something that was new to me that came out of that talk. But, yeah, interesting.
Yeah, anyway, I think that last up is going to be Anton. He's going to have a little chat about the education groups we do, because we do a fair bit of that with yeah. You're doing great, Anton.
Thank you. Hi, my name's Anton. I'll keep it nice and short. But yeah, no, we run quite a few education groups and programs here at the Society. Peter mentioned earlier, we have our open nights, which run throughout our winter season, where we can have the public come in and explore what we do here at the Society and in the observatory. We also run a Friday night group, which is a big chunk of our education program, which we run for school-aged kids. So they age from about, your year, ages from about age of about 8 right up to, well, I'm 20 now and I'm still involved. So right through the schooling system. And I remember probably when I was about 10, jumping in my principal's car at primary school, coming to this strange dark park, walking down a path and looking through some telescopes. And I've wound up here about 10 years later and I'm still here. So yeah, what we do to engage kids in the science part of astronomy is a lot of kids are into all of their technology, cell phones, kids probably at home now watching Netflix. So recently we've been watching the Star Wars series in our Friday night groups because we live in Dunedin and the weather doesn't, agree to our terms very often. It started hailing here about half an hour ago. So yeah, we've been watching the Star Wars series and getting the kids to think about, the science and the fiction about the Star Wars series. Now, I've never seen Star Wars, mainly because their movies are like 4 hours long. But it's really interesting to see what the kids come up with their science hats on. And I think that's a really cool way to get kids engaged in science, is through that technology part of it. We also have our senior group, which we have Linus and Sarah and CJ here, and Ash hiding away in the corner back there. Ash is part of the senior group too. All of these guys, some still in school, some just starting university, came through that Friday night group and have stuck on to do some more serious science. So on Friday nights, they spend hours, sometimes more hours than we do here, in the annex, in the dome, doing some quite incredible science that I don't think I would quite understand. Linus is a couple of years younger than I am, and I'm amazed by his level of understanding with the science that goes on. We also outreach to schools. We have gone as far as we went to Middlemarch School. Was it this year or last year? Like maybe last year, where we took a couple of our telescopes and we set up a bunch of activities in the classroom. It was kind of like a night for kids and families to come in, explore space from their own backyard, which I think is an important part of how we are doing education and branching out to schools and having groups come in and learn about all there is to be learned. Does that almost cover what we do as education? Yeah, cool. I'll pass it back to you, Linus.
I think Sarah wanted to say something.
Hello, I'm Sarah, and I just wanted to say, as one of the sort of graduates of the Friday night group, that is, like, you've probably noticed the large age demographic within the room. So,
Great.
Impressive. It's impressive.
Yeah. So, like, Linus is only 18, Anton's 20, CJ's 18, I'm 16. Yeah, we don't know how old the other guys are.
You're not allowed to ask at that point.
No. So they're obviously they're a bit older than us, but just a little bit. But I think, it's kind of interesting now that, we've had a lot of progression with our members and changing within the society, and it's kind of ended up with a lot of us taking on roles within our committee. So, some of us are the treasurer and the, secretary and all those sorts of different roles. So I think it's just really interesting that, how much this has sort of played into our lives, this little small society in Dunedin, that everybody, like all of us, came along to this little Friday night group where we, met up with a whole bunch of kids and kind of a crazy guy who really liked science. And we watched videos and made rockets and looked through telescopes. And then we've sort of ended up here where we're part of the society, and we are the society. There's a few surviving older members still, but we killed the rest off. Yes, I think, yeah. We hear of a lot of society. Yeah. we hear of a lot of societies who are really struggling, and it's because they're not attracting young people. So this weird person that Sarah mentioned is a really outgoing, keen Spanish fellow, actually, who came to Dunedin to do a geology degree, and fell in love with the place and stayed. And he's really interested in astronomy, but he's really interested in science generally. So the Friday night group is sort of science with a bit of astronomy focus. So Amadeo has done huge things to help our society. Unfortunately for us, he's following his fiance to places north, so we lose him next year. But I think he's left a really good set of hands to kind of take over. And from the point of view of some of us who've been around the society for a while, it's really encouraging to have a bunch of young, enthusiastic people who are getting involved, being part of the committee and getting stuff like this done. So thanks, guys.
And I would like to also say that it's really amazing to see what you guys are doing there in Montreal. We've kind of been talking about ourselves, but it's awesome to see how, especially, man, I got to say, the stuff you can do with the light pollution. I get sad when I face east and there's slightly more light pollution, and wow, it's just amazing. Yeah. Anyway.
I'm really impressed with the enthusiasm and passion that you guys have. That it's very obvious what you're sharing, and I know it's inspiring people that are watching this all over the world. So thank you very much.
And if you've had a chance to watch any of the global star parties, Scott really loves bringing in younger animated youth. We've actually got one who's going to speak in a few moments, Connell, who has been joining the global star parties. We have some high school students from Nepal, from the US, from Canada that join in. And it really is, I mean, there's no limit to where this passion can take you, where this hobby can take you, and how you can express yourselves in it. We've been lucky in the Montreal Centre. Our past president is actually 20 years old, 21 now, but she was 19 when she was president of the society. She had just graduated from college, gone to university, and took over presidency of our society for a year. And we've had youth in our exec pretty much every year since. It brings a dynamic. And I know you're kind of joking about the older people, but really we need to see where the youth want the hobby to go in order for us to really be providing the outreach that is targeted and will actually make a difference.
Yeah.
That's right. I'd like to read a few comments here. Lori Roche is watching on YouTube. She says, it's so nice to see the age range and all the work you're doing with schools in your own community. Harold Locke watching on YouTube says, you New Zealanders are awesome. Thanks for introducing yourselves. Bonnie Spieg, who is a historian at the Cincinnati Observatory, she said, if you can read this, indeed, reaching young people is critical with an observatory's function. The Cincinnati Observatory is currently focusing on that. We have outreach in situ and school programs restrained due to COVID. We're always looking for more thoughts and ideas. Your group members there speaking on what they have learned is great. And then David Lee, also watching on YouTube. Excellent presentation for New Zealand Astronomical Society. Congratulations.
Great.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really great, guys. Very inspiring.
So before the after party, we have one more. Oh, sorry, Connell, go ahead.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Okay, well, Connell, you wanted to start.
Well,
you're at State College, Pennsylvania, in the middle of the state.
Yeah, middle of nowhere, looking up at all the stars right now. But I just wanted to comment, based on the work you're doing down in New Zealand, it really helps putting young people ahead of astronomy and giving them some place in representing the hobby, because we've talked a lot about how do we grow the hobby? How do we bring more people into it? The world is, of course, changing now. We're seeing a lot more online activity in astronomy. We're engaging young people in a lot of different ways compared to ways people used to become involved in astronomy. So putting young people on astronomy as a face to bring others into it really helps. I mean, how do I put this? By bringing young people into the hobby at first and then using them to represent what we do, that brings even more young people in, and it kind of accretes and grows. And that's how we keep our hobby continuing, with this constant flow of new people who are always curious about what's going on, whether that be telescope making or spectroscopy or asteroid occultation or any number of the scientific or observing projects you've been doing. So again, I appreciate what you're doing, and it really helps to have some new faces on this hobby.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
It's Ash back again. I just wanted to recollection. Quite a few years ago, one of our public nights, a gentleman from the UK turned up. He was a member of one of the societies over there, and we started talking about what we do here with the youth group, so on. He said their society doesn't allow juniors in the club. I was quite astounded by that, and I said, well, you did. You know, it's in the end, basically you'll die out and you'll have no one to take your place. You know, we're thriving here because of that, and it's just a great feeling to be part of that. So there we go. That's all I want to say.
Of course. And part of oh, go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt.
I just wanted to say, like, I mentioned this before, but he is like the most supportive and caring person, and he has really encouraged us to pursue this. And I mean, we wouldn't really be where we are without him.
Mm-hmm. I mean, certainly, if you want to see a hobby continue, it helps to pass down the information. I've really enjoyed sitting in on Global Star Party and learning from all the different speakers we have here. They've had experiences from professional and amateur astronomy. They've done comets, they've done asteroids, planets, all these different things. So it really is great to hear the knowledge and experience that they have and have that passed down.
Absolutely.
Yep.
And to come full circle, actually, David Levy, when he started the evening, he talked about Isabel K. Williamson. And one of his first stories that he tells in his autobiography is the fact that when he wanted to join the RASC Montreal Centre and become an active member of the observing team, they said no, that he was too young, and he was 16 at the time or something like that. And they said that he had to be much older to be considered responsible enough to do it. And it caused him to almost question whether that was really the passion or the direction that he wanted. Can you imagine a world where David Levy isn't an observing astronomer? I can't. We would be robbed of so much joy and so much wisdom. That's where we really hopefully have learned those lessons of the past, some of us at least, and we are embracing kind of a more open society to active youth. And Connell here is a great example of that. So actually, before we go to the after party, Scott, would you like to introduce Connell?
Yeah, Connell has been on our program several times. He is extremely active with the Astronomical League. He's extremely active in his own school and with youth. His talks have been very concise, easy to understand, though. And I would say that he's an inspiration. I mean, he's an inspiration not only to young people, but to those of us who have been in this community for a long time. And so, Connell, I want to thank you for all the presentations and the hard work that you put into this. And I can tell that you love it, but we really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you, Scott. I appreciate the opportunity as well. It's really great to come on here and share my passion for the subject and learn from others, and also get some new people involved. Outreach is really one of my favorite parts of astronomy. As much as I love looking through the telescope, it really is special to see someone else looking through one for the first time. And Though I can't show you a telescope tonight, I can't give you the view through one. I do have some photography that I'm going to share tonight, some astrophotography. Now I saw the topic tonight for 45 degrees north and south, and I'll see what I can do here for introducing a view of the Northern Hemisphere. Oops, I should share my screen first here. Let me know how well you can see this. I hope there isn't too much noise in the background. I think there's a fire truck going by or something.
No, there's not too much noise.
Okay.
We can
So
see your screen. It's your desktop.
Oops. I want to open this video here. So I guess to show you what the Northern Hemisphere looks like, this was a time lapse that I took, I want to say it was in July of this year. And I got about 100 different frames here and kind of stacked them all together into a time lapse. It wasn't, I was experimenting with maybe doing a star trail with stacking some images and kind of going back and forth and seeing what I could do. But I ended up combining them into a time lapse, which was really fun. It's just 6 seconds long, but this covers about 40 or 50 minutes of the sky rotating. So right here, down here, we have Polaris. I'm looking due north, and you can see the bucket of the Little Dipper moving around and some planes, and I think there's a meteor at one point as well. It's really interesting.
Very cool.
And again, just a short little time lapse, but there we are looking due north at the circumpolar constellations that we looked at earlier this evening. Now, expanding this view out a little bit, here is an image of some star trails I got. This was at a state park not too far from where I lived. It's called Lackawanna State Park. And I got this shot. I really enjoyed it. Going over the campfire here, you can see the fire glowing on the trees. And there again is the North Star and everything else in the sky rotating around it. This was taken in July of also this year, I think. So you can see there's a little bit of cloudiness over here, and there are some clouds coming in, but this cloudiness here is kind of the Milky Way blurred because of the star trail. That was something really unique that I hadn't been able to capture from home. Though you can see the stars trailing up and around the North Star, it was really interesting to see the Milky Way almost smeared as it's coming up in the northern sky.
So is that Cassiopeia there? I think that might be with the Milky Way in the background.
It would have been down here somewhere. I get disoriented sometimes looking at these.
That's awesome. That's a
I would
really
say
nice
it must
shot.
have been.
Yeah.
In fact, the next image here was an image from that same night. This is Cassiopeia here. You can see that W zigzag shape. And this was taken under skies that are Bortle 4, Bortle 5-ish. And that northern part of the Milky Way, the part that passes through kind of going past Perseus and into Cassiopeia, it gets a little bit dimmer here, but you can still see some really nice parts if you go out to the country and some state parks and get out where it's a little bit darker. So it looks like we have one of the star clusters down here, just in the trees. I'd have to look at an atlas to remember which one that is. But you can trace up, you can see the W of the chair or whatever else it might appear as in mythology. It really is a nice shape to point out for outreach, like so many have said tonight. And then the Milky Way trails up, and I'm going to go to another image here. Here we are looking at Cygnus now in an image above some trees, again from this state park. So Cassiopeia is down here. We have the Milky Way glowing brighter and brighter. And here is where it glows probably brightest in a lot of the skies I observe from. Even though it is largest and thickest at the center in Sagittarius, Cygnus is a really nice region to photograph because you have Deneb here, you have the North American Nebula that you can't quite make it out, but all these nice clusters of stars, and then also some huge chunks of dark nebulae kind of separating it. So you have the Great Rift here, Deneb, and then we're traveling farther south. You can see the coat hanger up in kind of that right corner there. And then we get down towards Aquila the Eagle, where I have a little more photography of down here. Now this image, I think I processed from the one I showed you earlier. And the one I just showed you previously was made to look much nicer. But here in this image, I really cranked the saturation and the contrast because I was trying to look around and see what dark features I could find in these lanes. I tried to make them pop as much as I could just to see what features I could push my camera to find in a simple nightscape that I got in a 120 or 30-second exposure. Now this
really
shot
cool.
I have
20
here.
20 seconds.
Sorry, what's that?
That's really cool for 20 seconds.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. So zoomed in here, of course, it gets very grainy as you move in, but though I do like the art side of things, I do like to push the equipment a little bit. So here we are looking at Altair, and we go around, we can see that other, I have to check a star atlas for that, but we're seeing the bright stars in Aquila here. And there is Barnard's E, Barnard 142 and 143. You can just kind of see them there making that E shape. And that was a really exciting thing for me to find. As grainy as it is in this image, you can see the stars are becoming really pixelated. You can see that there are some features in dark nebulae that you can capture with a camera and hopefully share with others, like I'm doing here tonight. It is fun that it shows our universe is a little more active than the static image we think it might be, and that there is quite a lot to see up there besides just the stars and planets, that there's all these different clouds of gas and dust. Now moving on, I'm going to look at some visitors that I've photographed passing through the constellations that we see in the north. If it's this image here we are looking kind of at the top of the Big Dipper, and we're looking at a meteor here passing through Draco. So we have Mizar and Alcor. We're tracing the handle down, and there would be the Big Dipper bucket kind of hidden behind that tree. But this was during the Pearson meteor shower of 2020. I was experimenting and just trying my luck, seeing if I could capture a meteor passing through. And I got this one, and judging by how kind of short it was, I'm guessing it was coming in at a much steeper angle towards my position. So I got a really nice portion of that trail where it's burning up and dissipating, but also that longer streak showing where it entered the atmosphere and started to heat up before really glowing like it does at the end there. So that was quite a nice image. We have the familiar images of the Big Dipper and Draco, which you can kind of trace around here, looping through the Northern Hemisphere. And then that flash of a meteor that only lasts a few seconds. So I really do like these images because they balance things that we see stay stationary in the sky for so long. They are staples that come around every year, but then these nice, unique things like meteors or Comet Neowise, which I also have some images of here, also captured from the summer of 2020. So again, this was back at the state park here. The Big Dipper is kind of hanging low in these trees. If I can follow it around, I think these are two of the stars from the bucket. But again, the highlight I was trying to capture here was Comet Neowise. This is when it became a nightly apparition rather than us having to chase it down in the morning. It looped back around and it was kind of floating around Ursa Major, and I was able to get it just before it sped out into the outer solar system. Again, a really nice image like that meteor I said. We see these common constellations, we see them all the time, but then nice special editions where you have something like a comet passing through or a meteor just streaking into our sky for a few seconds. I think I have another image of that here. This one I took from a different location. There it is. This was again Comet Neowise taken around the same time. You can see the bucket of the Big Dipper is much higher up.
Oh yeah.
And it comes down, it kind of tapers out into the bear's nose of Ursa Major. And there again is Comet Neowise passing through and making its way. The nice nucleus there, and then the tail fanning out over about 3 degrees, and then extending out to about 6 degrees here. We see it gets much more tenuous and much more transparent as we're looking straight through the comet's tail of debris and out into the stars. Now, I
think the clouds add something as well. The clouds really give it some depth.
I think so too. I mean, I've had those rare nights where it looks clear for a little bit, and I'll go out and I'll start imaging or observing, and you get a really nice combination of cloud and well, also cloud if you're talking about the Milky Way or comets. It really is a nice blend, I think, between the landscape and then what you're looking out into. So looping back around, this would be looking towards our southern friends. We're kind of looking into the teapot asterism of Sagittarius here. We have Jupiter over to the left, and then making our way up, we have the Lagoon Nebula, the Sagittarius star cloud here, and then you can see these little glowing spots of all the famous nebulae and star clusters that we love seeing in Sagittarius during the summer. I think this is M22 here, M21, I want to say this is. It's been a while since I've looked at a star atlas, unfortunately. I've way too long since I've been out observing, but I do have these nice photographs to look back at and share, and hopefully share some of the joy of the Northern Hemisphere sky with those in New Zealand and Argentina and all those viewers who happily join us from the Southern Hemisphere. So I hope you enjoyed some of that. I'm happy to answer any of your questions or pass it along to the next observer.
That was fantastic, Connell. Thank you. I love seeing your images. You've got such great, just a vision for what you want to capture.
Thank you very much.
Connell, these are all single shots, like 20 seconds, 30 seconds or so?
For the most part, a lot of these images were from when I started experimenting with some wide field nightscapes during COVID. I wasn't quite sure how to stack yet or use different softwares and pieces of equipment. And eventually I was able to get these, and a lot of these are just single shots, like this one of the Milky Way here, or some of the others I showed you of Comet Neowise and the summer Milky Way in Cygnus.
Oh, it's impressive. Thanks.
Some nice comments here. Maury Portnoff is saying, thanks for putting this event together. Love the observatory with a place to display their history. And Bonnie Spieg says from Cincinnati Observatory, meteor photo. Thank you, Connell. Harold Locke, great presentation, Connell. And David Lee, beautiful photos, Connell.
Yeah, well, thanks to them very much. I'm glad they enjoyed.
Thank you.
I am curious from our New Zealand gang. So Neowise was a big element for us last summer because we finally got a nice visible comet. What sort of wonderful objects have you guys had in your night sky that we don't get to see?
Well,
transitory.
It's a sore point to bring up Neowise, I must say. It was very, very sad. But we were quite lucky. During our lockdown last year, we had Comet Swan, which was big old long tail comet. We've got a few images I might actually bring up, but we've actually been a bit lacking recently in that respect. I just started doing astrophotography during the first lockdown. I didn't really have anything else to do with my time. So plenty of 3 a.m. starts waiting for the sun to rise. Just Comet Swan just before it. But that guy that I mentioned, Ian Griffin, who did that Aurora shot, that Aurora video, he actually also imaged the Comet Swan. Hopefully it's still in this folder. We also had a few other members, so we had Mirko and etc. But this is one of the images, and
wow,
man, I did.
That's beautiful.
It is.
Yeah, it's awesome to see this sort of stuff. And my image was far less nice because I was shooting it. I got 5 shots in because I couldn't tell actually where it was, and I was untracked and all that. But
I love it. I think it's great.
Yeah, no, this is amazing images from them. So this is a much wider field image from. Yeah, so that was in the constellation. It was in Cetus, so you might have been able to see it. I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah.
And labeled on the right there is actually NGC 253, the Sculptor Galaxy, another one of our wee gems.
Yes.
Yes, rub it in.
Yeah.
You can see 253 from the United States, but the southern areas make it a lot easier to get it. So
yeah, it's one of the ones that it's another easy galaxy target really here. because it is really, really bright.
Yes.
So do we say then that round one is a draw, or do we give it to New Zealand on a knockout right there?
Well, LMC, SMC, and they didn't even show like Eta Carinae or Omega.
I know. I think they took pity on us there. We showed them Andromeda, and they were like, "That's cute."
Yeah.
That's cute.
Cygnus, that's nice.
Yeah, I don't.
No, 253.
Yeah,
I think
I
I've
could
seen
just
that.
Google it. Surely we have it.
We win with the light pollution, though. You got to admit, our light pollution is better than yours.
It is way better, man. I don't even have to get like an Optolong L Pro filter to,
I can't see anything without it.
We have to get that just to actually see the road. Forget stars.
Yeah. I don't know if we have an image of the Carina Nebula here, but I do have one on my Instagram, so I might bring that up. No. Yeah.
We'll just get very sad.
We'll show you.
Well,
guys
they don't know about our rotating spotlight in downtown Montreal.
Oh, they don't. That's true.
Yeah,
You have to tell them about it, Kwa.
We have one of our tallest skyscrapers in downtown Montreal has got, I kid you not, a rotating spotlight that just instead of shining spotlights on celebrities or criminals or whatever, it just kind of lights up randomly, or sorry, in a circular pattern.
Think of it as a pulsar.
Yeah. 4 beams, right? Four beams.
Four beams.
Right.
4 beams.
It's actually a pulsar.
very, very slow one.
Yeah.
It's up for repair every now and then.
Up for repair.
I love those nights.
So what's that?
Oh, Sculptor Galaxy. No.
Yeah. So this is my lockdown
that
rig. I was
hurts,
testing it.
man.
Oh wow.
And this is Ye Olde Triffid, as I say, M20.
Okay,
Nice.
That's a
Yeah.
tie.
This is another straight up easy object.
Yeah.
This is a
It's just
wide field
upside
image.
down.
That's it. That's right.
Sure. You know what? Sure.
Or
and
they would
then-
say it's right side up and ours is upside down.
Yeah.
Well, that we can't see.
Yeah, but there it is for us. That's I didn't process this very well. I didn't fully understand photometric color calibration.
Wow.
But
Wow.
yeah, that was another. I just managed to get auto guiding going, and man, it helps. And also, Cora, I want to mention, good on you for using Cyril. I'm never
photometric color calibration is fantastic, isn't it?
It is, and I was. It's like I don't want to pay for PixInsight. I'm just a student. I don't need to.
We actually just had a member give a presentation this past Wednesday on using Cyril. And if you want to join one of these days for a clubhouse, we can ask her to do it again, or she could visit you.
There you go. Yeah.
And Michael is asking if you have Tau Ceti.
I don't know. Do we have Tau Ceti? Do you recognize? I don't recognize that. I'm quite a newbie too. Yeah. This is actually
No worries. No worries.
Well, it's in Cetus, so it's probably that's Proxima Centauri there. Anyway, I just thought I should bring in a little more. Oh, there's another one of the Carina Nebula. There we go.
Was
It's
that the
slightly
motion
nice
of Proxima Centauri over 3 months? Is that what you just showed?
Yes. Yep.
Oh.
Holy smokes.
I'm glad someone reacted like that.
3 months, it's
No,
less than an arc second.
Really good.
Yeah.
3 pixels.
And I had to actually.
That
blow
is
one of them.
wonderful.
Yeah.
I'm
it's
going to
awesome.
email you. I want this gift for my class. This is awesome.
I actually did a rudimentary calculation to find the distance via parallax. And then I forgot that it has proper motion as well. So, but I got the right value. But it's just completely invalid because
It wasn't in a marked assignment though, right? So you're okay.
That's true. That's true. Yeah. I mean, yeah.
Oh, very cool.
Actually, really quick, I think it's probably fair that we should all complain about Starlink.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Nice.
While we're here. That was
David
an image we
Schumann,
took
do
of
you want to
Bernard
take over
68
for that
before we got the
complaint?
color filters.
What? I guess you guys are more a fan of Peter Beck. He's launching from New Zealand, right? The
Yeah, he
Electron.
did launch a giant disco ball, which isn't very friendly to astronomers.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing. It didn't last very long, which is good. Yeah. Anyway, I just thought I should mention that, especially after, so much astrophotography from the Northern Hemisphere. Yeah, the car is well out of our, and price range probably for New Zealand.
Yeah, I hear too.
Yeah.
Now, if this doesn't make it obvious that I'm from the north, how big is the Carina Nebula, and what's its surface brightness like compared to some other objects?
It's 2 by 2 degrees roughly. For that bright area, it's got a whole lot of surrounding nebulae, like that are kind of separate. It's kind of like the Cygnus region, except slightly less cool. That's something I is amazing, is the Cygnus, but it's really hard to capture how big it is. And of course, when you're doing visual observing, you only see that core, but it's a good few full moons.
Cool.
I see.
I also want to say another thing that is more about the radio astronomy aspect. And you briefly mentioned pulsars. Have any of you heard of the Vela pulsar? Okay, I'll take that.
No, not me at least. Oh, we lost your voice there, Linus.
Those batteries of theirs.
New Zealand batteries. Okay.
There we go.
It's still low on battery, so I might randomly turn off. We can switch to the other audio, but the Vela. I asked. I don't know if you guys heard me. Does anyone know the Vela pulsar? All right. So, do you know the constellation Vela? It's a sail.
Heard of it.
Yeah. I'll do a little bit of constellation history. I don't want to keep everyone too long, but there used to be a giant constellation in the south called Argo.
Lost you again.
Must be top secret for southern ears only. Yes.
Yeah. We're gonna get into the politics of constellation division there.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're good?
Yes.
Right?
Good.
Yes.
Cool. I'm speaking to the webcam now. So there was a constellation called Argo, which kind of makes sense because New Zealand was by Europeans by everyone discovered by boat. So they made a big boat in the sky. And then they were like, this is actually useless to have such a large constellation because it covered up most of the southern sky. I'm pointing to the south, by the way. And so they were like, if we say it's an Argo, no one really knows where it is because it's most of the sky. So they decided to split it up into Carina, Vela, so Carina is the hull, Vela is the sail, and Ara, I think, is the keel, something like that. I'm not very good at recognizing the parts, but basically Vela, the sail, is it's got this giant supernova remnant in it. It's absolutely beautiful. It's really diffused, but it is on the order of 100 square degrees, and it's just amazing. But right in the middle is the brightest pulsar we know of, and that is exactly 45 degrees south declination, which is amazing for someone who doesn't know how to point a radio telescope, because that puts it square overhead. So we've got that big platform outside, and we can just plunk it down and make an observation. But
that's great.
Oh.
Yeah. Let's see if I can.
That was fantastic. Scott, shall we wrap up and move to the after party if anybody wants to chat?
Sure. I will give a little bit of a shout out to Tom Pickett, who operates and runs the Facebook Astronomy Club. I guess there's others that are admins in that club as well, but Tom did a nearly 100-hour exposure of the Andromeda Galaxy, and so that's one of our showpieces of the sky. I'll share that with you guys right now if you didn't already see it.
Please, that's amazing. I've seen Tom's work. His work has been incredible.
Look at all the H2 regions and the rings, or the rings, the arms.
We can only see half the screen.
Yeah.
There we go.
That better?
Wow.
Well, you can see one M110 connected to it. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Isn't that incredible?
Wow.
It's being eaten.
He was
right?
4 minutes shy of 100 hours. I thought, why didn't he just grab another 4-minute sub?
Round it up.
Round it up, exactly. But a beautiful shot. And down here, you can see there's like a pink cloud, pink region down here that looks like a large nebula, maybe something like the Orion Nebula or something. Just remarkable. So I just wanted to give him a shout out for that.
The clarity on the dust lanes is incredible.
Incredible. Oh, yeah.
And the colors too. How often do you see that? Where you can distinguish, like you said, the little nebulae and
when you have
globulars
100
and-
hours of time.
Yeah, right.
Did he use
That's
different
true.
filters? Like,
Yeah,
did he
this
use
is
hydrogen
his,
alpha and everything? Or
Look at that. This is his.
There's everything.
Yeah.
All the core. Wow.
And luminescence as well. So he took the straight and the channels. Excellent.
That's some commitment. That is incredible.
Big menu. Oh.
And then I guess he mixed two different cameras. Just really mind-blowing, I think. So
red.
Honestly, we should get Tom onto one of the GSPs just to talk about the creation of this image.
yeah. Yeah, it's
That
been
would be-
a
that
while
would be
since he's been
amazing.
on. Yes, I agree. Okay. Well, I will. We'll take a little bit of a break. If anybody pops on for after party, we can continue on. Otherwise, we will call it a night. So, but if that's the case, I want to thank everybody for coming on tonight, and to you, Russell and Kareem, for all of the organizational stuff that you guys did, to Linus down there for all the work you did down in New Zealand, and I would love to have it's pronounced Dunedin. Is that how it's pronounced? No.
Dunedin.
Dunedin. Okay. I'd love for them to participate more in Global Star Party, including, you guys could be special guest hosts of your own Global Star Party, and I'll connect the wires and we'll broadcast it to the world. So anyhow, let's give it a few minutes here, and we'll be back.
Great.
Excellent. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, everybody. It was a great show.
Thank you.
Nice
So
to
if you want to stick on, we can stay for the after party in an open chat, but just gives you a chance to get some coffee or some tea, or even a quick 5-minute shut eye before we start again if you're in
right.
for the long haul. I'm gonna go grab a coffee. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Do you want to chat with the guys? What time is it?
It's 11:40.
Okay. Chat for a few minutes with them, maybe. Stretch our legs. It's interesting the science they do in Dunedin.
Yeah, but they can afford that because, first of all, you see who goes to them, the Japanese, and, want access to some south skies, but some people want access to north skies too, but I don't know. The Montreal Centre used to do some, but.
Yeah, what's his name? Constantine. But they have a regular outreach program, and it probably gives them a bit of an advantage.
Hiya, Dominic, Gerald, your microphone is on, just so you know.
Thanks.
No problem.
If you wanted to learn more about the history of the Earth and other rocky planets in the solar system, where would you look? For years, scientists have turned to one of the solar system's most common features, impact craters. Left over from earlier periods of our planet's history, these sometimes giant holes in the surface can teach us about the Earth based on how they've changed over time. However, since even the newest impact craters on the Earth have changed due to wind, rain, snow, and even lakes filling them, we need to compare them to a fresh crater that still looks like it did when it was first created. So where exactly can scientists find a crater like this? Certainly not on Earth, but there's one on the Moon that's just about perfect. The Lunar crater, a small impact crater located in the western Mare Serenitatis, is extremely young, and scientists have always thought that it might be a great example to use to compare with other craters. Now, thanks to high-resolution three-dimensional data generated from NASA's Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter, scientists are sure of it. So why use a crater on the Moon, and why this specific example? Unlike craters on Earth, and even Mars, many moon craters are well preserved because they erode much more slowly. However, despite that, not all moon craters are ideal for comparison. After a crater is first formed, it can be impacted again and again by other objects, which modify its original shape. This is why scientists have been looking for a crater that's not so beaten up, and one that preserves all the telltale signs of how impact cratering works. The Lunar crater fits the bill perfectly. By looking at the data from LRO's LROC instrument, scientists have confirmed that it has remained largely untouched aside from normal wear and tear, which is what makes it so perfect for comparison. They've also discovered some interesting and unexpected things. For decades, lunar scientists counted on the simplest craters, like Lunar, as being bowl-shaped. However, thanks to the new data, scientists have discovered that they actually resemble an upside-down cone. This, along with other findings, sheds new light not only on Lunar crater, but also on the evolution of similar craters on the Earth, Moon, and other planets, allowing us to get a better picture of our own history. In fact, the simple shape of Lunar, and the way large boulders are strewn around its rim, are the basic tools of forensic geology that allow scientists to understand how craters start out on the Earth and Mars before water and wind wear them away. Without craters like Lunar on the Moon, we wouldn't know how landforms evolve over time in the presence of weather, climate change, and other factors. And all by looking at what initially appears to be just another hole in the ground.
I like that, just another hole in the ground. Oh, Scott, we can't hear you.
You can't. That's right.
Now we can.
Welcome back, everybody. I leave sometimes and I just kind of mute it automatically, but then I always forget I do that. So anyhow, it's a great star party, wonderful star party, and so awesome to have our friends down in New Zealand with us. So, but this is the after party and kind of a free form part of it. So I guess you can kick it off here, Kareem.
So I actually wanted to just mention to Linus what you had said at the end of the last one is if they're interested in joining into some of the GSPs. I mean, Connell and I both kind of started presenting at different times in the GSPs, and sometimes we're there, sometimes we can't attend. But the call out, it's really fun. There's different theme areas, but you don't even have to stick to the theme area if you don't want to. But the timing for the GSPs actually works really nicely for your end if it doesn't conflict with any of your classes, because it is a weekday. It's a Wednesday daytime for you.
And I could time it so that's more timed, with your group down in New Zealand as well. So that's a possibility.
That would be awesome. I mean, I'd love to participate. I've got CJ here. Hello. He would probably
Hey, CJ.
everyone else. But I think it would be a really great time, and I'd love to be a part of it.
One of the fun things is, I mean, there's different people who do different things, but we have a few of the youth members who actually just pick one specific target that they just want to talk about. And so they talk about the science, they talk about the observing, they talk about the history, and they share just what they find really interesting about that target or about that object or about that phenomena in space. And it's really fun to be able to plan yourself a nice little unit. So I'm now talking as a teacher. My students, whenever they can get some practice in presenting, even if it's not something that they themselves have done research-wise, you guys do research, which is what's really cool. But even if it's not something that they themselves have researched and they're using external sources to put together a presentation, it's still incredible practice. And it really comes in handy when something's actually on the line, whether it's, your thesis presentation down the road or whether it's just, a sociology presentation that you have to give as a group and you're not really enthused about the subject, but now you've got practice presenting.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you could tell, but I'm not the best at presenting. I'm actually kind of using the
I thought you were quite good.
Yeah.
I thought you were quite good. You mix in a lot of humor and you keep it light, but you keep the information rolling, and that's good. That's what it takes. So
thanks. Yeah.
So I really enjoyed it. I think that you're a natural.
Thank you.
I mean, we're not all polished public speakers like Kwa, who, he does this as a living. He's there, 24/7 in front of, sorry.
Those eyebrows is like one went up and then this one went up.
Well, my favorite Bond is Roger Moore. So.
Okay. Yeah, that's right. He could do that. I'm a Bond fan myself, so that's right.
I have to say,
cool.
So I want to give a behind the scenes of Kwa's North American Nebula, because every few hours, in the middle of the night, all of a sudden I'll get a message from Kwa. Okay, I got 2 more hours on it. How's this look? And it was just watching it evolve over time and seeing how much incredible detail he got out of it. And I'm sitting there like looking out of my window going, nope, not even going to try.
Well, I do have the advantage of a large, we'll call it a rooftop balcony now. So it's if you decide that sleep isn't important to you, you just step out and.
Well, for a lot
you're talking to a bunch of people that are on
important. So that's right.
Yeah.
You're talking to a bunch of people
who
are online 5 hours away.
Yeah.
So let's talk a little bit about the future of what you guys have coming up, and what people can tune into.
Absolutely. So the RASC Montreal Centre, we have a fantastic talk coming up from Chuck Allen, the VP of the Astronomical League, on October 16th. He's going to do a talk on the solar system moons and dwarf planets and some of the objects of interest that kind of fall through the cracks a little bit when we talk about, the planets, and we just talk about the big stuff. He's going to talk a little bit about some details of the moon, because it's International Observe the Moon Night. And because we're not 100% sure if we'll be able to do any in public that night, anything in person, we're not in lockdown anymore. We're not in curfew anymore, but we have the vaccine passports, which are kind of limiting the way in which we do a lot of outreach or a lot of public events. And so I think we're going to be waiting for things to settle down a little bit more before we get back in person. And then I'm currently planning actually next year's events, because we have Gavin Tolmedi, who talked, what was it? It was one of the GSPs where he came in from University of Western Ontario and gave a little bit of a talk about his work in one of the geology areas where he got to go and really study surface samples and look at a few different types of meteorite rocks and rocks that had arrived in the eastern part of Canada. He's actually going to be moving on to do some research on the Apollo moon rocks using current technology. And so he's going to talk to us in December about that. And then for next year, actually, based on all the stuff Kwa and Dominique and Gerald and myself and Paul Simard, our center president, we've all been kind of talking about doing something about the light pollution in Montreal and trying to start to get the ball rolling a little bit more again. So we're going to try to bring in somebody from the Globe at Night and get them to do a talk about trying to control the light pollution here in the Montreal area. Right. And then finally, next February is 1 year for Perseverance on Mars. So I think we're going to need to do something really big for that. We want to see the 1 year catch up on the mission and where things are at compared to where they thought, because Ingenuity is outperforming anything we expected it to do. Ingenuity did you see, Scott, the 3D image that Ingenuity gave us of the rock outcropping last week?
No.
So it managed to fly a low altitude flight all the way down like 8 meters above a rock outcropping and take stereo images, which they were able to color blue red, so that if you go onto the NASA website, which is the simple, the cereal box blue-red 3D glasses we used to get in like the 70s and 80s, if you use those, you can actually see the outcropping standing up off the surface of Mars.
Very cool. Very cool. That's great. Well, we have also similarly, we have a lot of things coming up on Explore Alliance programming, including Maruska Straw, who's the executive director of World Space Week. She will be coming on. And the theme of World Space Week is women in science. So it's going to be, she's going to have a lot to bring on the program. So I'm glad to get her. We have coming up on the 8th, I'll be giving a short talk to the Heart of America Star Party via Zoom. So I'm going to see if I can broadcast that. I don't know if I'll be able to or not, but I'll give it a try. On the 9th, I'm working with the Night Sky Network with Vivian White, and she'll be doing a kickoff party for International Observe the Moon Night. And of course, the next Tuesday, we've got another Global Star Party. So that's our 65th event. So there's a lot more coming.
So is our theme for the 65th event retirement?
I don't know.
It's number 65,
Yeah, that's retirement. Yeah, I don't know. No. Maybe the death of stars or something. I have no idea yet. I've been thinking about that all day today. So, but yeah, I will be putting out a call for Global Star Party. Linus, you guys are certainly welcome to participate in that if you'd like to. That will start at about exactly the same time that we started this particular event. So, but it is on a Wednesday for you. So Tuesday here. And what else is happening?
So last Thursday was the 175th anniversary of Neptune's discovery.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, 175. Well, so 175 years ago, last Wednesday, mathematicians figured out exactly where it should be in the night sky at that time of year during that year. And the next night, the observers went out and found it.
Holy smokes. And so who claimed the discovery?
So the discovery was, oh shoot, hold on. Let me look it up. I had it. It's been a little bit since I had. Do you remember when we did the GSP about the ringed planets?
Yes.
That's when I had shared that. So I think that was not that was in the 60s, right? The GSP.
I think so.
I think that was early September.
Early September, yeah.
So,
of course, I don't have it with me. It was
William Lassell discovered Triton, the moon of Neptune, on October 10th.
Yeah, it was Galley that had actually observed it, and it was the Laverriere's calculations.
I see.
Yeah, so on
Amazing.
The 23rd and 24th.
Can you imagine? That must have been just like mind-blowing to the scientific community that another world could have been predicted by math, okay? And then they go out and find it like the next day.
Exactly.
I mean, just mind-blowing.
It's incredible. And I mean, it is one that we can see with binoculars. I mean, now that we know where to look, you can actually, it's hard with binoculars except when it's in opposition. But when it's in opposition, it's a 7.8 to an 8 magnitude. Mm-hmm. So I had a small 5-inch reflector that I managed to get Neptune in last week the week before under the stars. And that was on a really bright moon night.
Very cool. Very cool. Well, that's great. Yes, there's always something going on in the sky. People ask me all the time, well, if I go out observing with my telescope, they go, well, what's going on in the sky? And I go, everything is going on. We have almost every night there's some comet up, okay? Probably faint, but there's something that's going to be up. There's always some fantastic deep sky objects up there. We've got Jupiter and Saturn up there in prime time position at this point. I think Mercury is visible also.
Just after sunset. Yep.
Yeah, that's right. And so it's always an amazing journey, for amateur astronomers. There's nothing, you can't exhaust the sky and what it can show you. So
I'm actually curious, Linus and Sarah, and Linus and I can't remember who's with you. CJ, yes. When we look for Mercury here, because we're at the 45th north, we don't get to see it very high off the horizon, especially right now. It's really tilted close to the horizon. I haven't made it out the last couple of nights with a clear enough western to see it. Venus I can still see nicely, but Mercury is the hard one. It's the intent. Do you guys get a good view of those two planets?
Yeah. Venus especially. It's like, I don't know, I guess 30 degrees up. It's amazing. It's the highest I've ever seen it, but I haven't been around for very long, so it doesn't mean a whole lot. But Mercury is actually doing quite well as well.
Yes. Good.
Yeah, it's quite a steep angle. So from where we are, it's just above the treetops to the west.
Wow.
I mean,
nice.
Yeah.
So the tree even hides some of the sunlight from sunset so that you can really see it pop out. That's fantastic.
Yeah. It's a little less interesting than Venus sometimes, though.
So Linus, if you could travel to the Northern Hemisphere and be in the best observing site, what would you try to see first?
Well, my family's funny story. My family's from Socorro in New Mexico.
Okay. Oh wow. Okay.
And we went back late 2019, and there's the Etzcorn Observatory in a town of 8,000. And I went there, and it was a great time. They had a big old 20-inch dog.
Wow.
Huge. I looked first was definitely Andromeda, and then I was a little bit underwhelmed, I have to say. But that's because
you're underwhelmed with a 20-inch.
That's the thing. It's
maybe the expectation was so high, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, when you see 100-hour exposures of it, and then
right, that's true.
Yeah, no, but it was. I mean, it's still the first thing I did was actually try and find Polaris. Like the place I was staying was on the golf course, and so it was nice to be north.
Sure.
Yeah, I should have. I didn't really know what I was doing, to be honest. The next thing I looked at was the Orion Nebula, which is a bit,
Right. Did you feel lost in the sky a little bit?
Oh yeah, it was really weird.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure you've had a similar experience. But
right.
It was weird looking at Connell's photos, because usually there's at least like 3 or 4 stars that I can say, oh, it's probably that part of the sky, or it's the Milky Way. I know that has to be Centaurus.
Sure.
But it's quite weird. Yeah, CJ, where do you think you would go? I mean, as someone who hasn't been to the States.
I don't actually know.
Yeah.
How about you, Michael? If you went to the Southern Hemisphere, what would you want to see?
Southern Cross. I want to see that.
The Southern Cross.
Or they have a constellation. Is it called Microscope or something like that?
Yeah, it's the one that's just 3 stars. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's my favorite.
It would be kind of strange because is the moon upside down? Is it literally upside? I mean, you see it inverted.
Is it?
I'm trying to understand why.
Yeah, it's black on white rather than white on black.
Oh, yeah. Makes sense.
Yeah, but,
that makes sense.
It is upside down, and it is always really weird to see other
Why
photos
would that
of
be? But shouldn't it be like it's in a different? It's like in the northern part of the sky, but shouldn't the orientation be it I'm just trying to visualize why that would be inverted. I can't. I see.
Well,
I can't see the.
If you think about if two observers, oh no, I'm getting to trying to explain science mode. I shouldn't do this. If you had two observers like 90 degrees apart on a sphere, and they were looking like this in the same direction, like I was looking due north and you were looking due south, then it would definitely be inverted, right?
Right. So what happens at the equator? Which way is it? It depends on what you're used to seeing, I guess.
Yeah, it'd be really weird to see the moon directly overhead.
Yeah.
Imagine that. That'd be kind of cool. That'd be cool.
Yeah, that would be very cool. How about you, Kwa? What would you want to see down there?
All of that?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm particularly jealous of the clouds, SMC, LMC. I mean, I was, as you were presenting, I was looking up to see the difference between Omega Centauri and Messier 13 and Hercules in the same field of view. I mean, yeah, you win that round too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, and it's just, and you know, galaxy core overhead, that's got to be all right, I suppose. Oh.
There's your Omega Centauri.
That's okay. I mean, sure.
That's Omega Centauri there. Single exposure.
You need a split screen to show M13 compared to Omega Centauri.
And here's the Carina Nebula that we were talking about, single exposure and hydrogen alpha.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That's
That's
I've
something
been working on a mosaic in the dome because you know I mentioned it before. We've got 4 meter field of view and an APS-C size camera, so combines to mean that taking a photo of a 2 by 2 degree object, you know, takes a fair bit of effort. And I did a thing. So the software we use, because we have a Paramount, is the Sky. I've complained to Scott and Kareem and about it before, but it doesn't have. I tend to use K-stars, and it has an overlay where you can see the survey image, but on the Sky it's just a red dot, like a fuzzy red dot. So I was like, yeah, I'll make my mosaic cover the fuzzy red dot. And then I got home and I combined it with an image I'd taken that was like really wide field, and I had captured about a third of it in one filter, an entire night of observing, and it was it's quite frustrating, but it was cool because it's really big.
So Nicole, if you brought your small telescope down to New Zealand, what would you want to draw in the sky?
Maybe the clouds, but also it would be neat to see Scorpius up high and Sagittarius up high, because up here, Scorpius, it just skims the horizon in the summertime.
Yeah.
And like, so M7 and M6, which are supposed to be bright, are not that bright here because there's so much atmosphere. But the Southern Cross too, and I don't know many of the deep sky objects from the Southern Hemisphere, but I would like to just look, even without a telescope, just with my eyes. Because when I look at Stellarium, like Orion's upside down and everything's upside down backwards. It's kind of cool.
You mean it's right side up?
Yeah, that's right. But,
no, if any of you ever come down, we would definitely treat you to a trip to the cottage, because you know, in summertime, we just love spending a night outside and staring up at Orion as it goes overhead, and then it's just amazing.
Do we get to take that big dog behind you with us?
Yes, you do. We're getting a mirror recoated, so maybe wait a bit. But
I want to ask you, what's it like looking at Orion without a parka and like a gasoline generator on? Because it's a struggle for a lot of us physically.
It's fantastic, I must say. I really like Orion, and everyone who comes, no matter the time of year, is always like, "Is that Orion's belt?" I'm sure you're familiar with that. But it's great. It's actually gotten to the point where I can just wear a sweatshirt and come to the observatory and do a night of observing.
Okay, I'll be down very soon.
Right.
To follow up with that, so we have the Perseids and the Geminids are the two best of the year, and the Perseids for us happen right smack in the middle of summer. Geminids right smack at the start of winter. So the best Geminids I've ever seen was minus 35 outside. And so I was out for 10 minutes, in for 10 minutes, out for 10 minutes, in for, and it was the best Orion Nebula I've ever seen and the best Geminids I've ever seen. But damn, it was cold. So I was very happy that we have the Perseids in August.
Yeah.
How are the meteor showers for you down there?
We're actually, that's where we fall short. Meteor showers tend to, yeah, they're not very kind to the southern observers.
No, because you don't get the Perseids pretty much at all. You just see the tail end of bits of them.
Yeah, and I've actually, I've kept watch of meteor showers coming up, but I've never really got the proper opportunity to go and look for them because they're always kind of an inconvenient time. The one, Ash is a great storyteller, so he's told me stories of, he goes to Australia. Actually, first I want to say, the seeing here kind of sucks. Yeah. We're coastal. I don't know why. I don't understand upper atmosphere like meteorology, but
you get a lot of humidity in the air and a lot of pressure currents, especially higher up, and it causes scintillation nonstop in your skies. It does.
The prevailing wind is just it's from the southwest, so it comes up underneath Australia. If any of you know what Australia, no, because we've got Australia and you're New Zealand, and so the prevailing wind comes up and kind of streaks between them. But we've got the Southern Alps, which just basically create these giant ripples that go down over us.
Right. Also gives you a fantastic landscape, though. For sure. New Zealand's a beautiful country.
Yeah, it is. But another thing it means is that we also get heaps and heaps of clouds. And every time we look at our satellite images to watch, is there a big cloud coming? We are always greeted with a view of Australia, which is gloriously clear in the middle, no matter when you look at it. It's like, I bet you, I could show you Australia right now, and Central Australia would be 90% clear.
Yep.
I'm looking at cloud cover, and Australia is clear, and you're covered in cloud.
Yep, that sounds about right. Yeah.
So I'm on this radio show in the UK called Astro Radio, and it goes globally. And every single time people are talking about clouds in Montreal, clouds in the UK, clouds in Spain, and then we get a message from Iran saying it's clear, we're happy, it's clear, it's warm, we're going out tonight.
Yeah, I'm thinking of migrating to the Atacama. That's where I'm headed.
You're affected by Antarctica a lot.
Yeah. But I'll see if I can find the photos. But Ash has had a really nice meteor shower up in Australia, and I think that's the only time we really got to see a good one. It was so good that I don't know what it is with the Japanese, but they came down and they actually presented a television show of live meteors. What is it with Ash and like meeting astronomers from Japan? Let's see if I can find it though.
Dominique and Gerald, if you guys were going to do one astrophotograph down there, what would you choose?
Sculptor.
Oh yeah, maybe sculptor.
Sculptor.
Oh yes.
Amazing galaxy, beautiful.
Oh, I love galaxies. It's just that. Me
too. I think that's the reason why I took the deep dive into astronomy in the first place. I read a book from Timothy Ferris called The Red Limit, and it was all about how astronomers started using spectroscopic observations and learned about the expansion of the universe. But that whole story that's laid out by Timothy Ferris, I couldn't put the book down. And then I couldn't wait to get a telescope with enough aperture so I could really look at faint galaxies in the Virgo cluster, and just to see as deep and as, the tiniest, fuzziest little galaxy that I could see. That's what I wanted to see, so where a lot of people want to see the masterpiece objects in the sky, I was going after the most obscure, faintest stuff, And I had this this thing in my head, and I still do, about seeing the real photons of very distant stars, in these galaxies, because it's connection. It's not a reflection. It's not this, artificial image or anything like that. There were real photons that were crushed in those stars, had raced across space all that time, and finally, they're tickling the retina in your eye, and that's what you see,
And the incredible thing to connect with that is how long it takes those photons to get out from the center of the star,
right,
out to,
right,
and then
millions of years, I guess, in some
exactly.
cases.
And so, like, it's insane that you're seeing this energy that started so long ago.
Yeah, so long ago. That's right. And then it became a favorite to try to see distant quasars like 3C 273. I remember that night, the first time I saw it. It's sort of like a night when people see Saturn's rings for the first time. I almost peed my pants when I saw 3C 273. It was just knowing its distance and everything was just amazing. Linus, you had something you wanted to show?
Yeah, I just managed to find it. So, of course, taken on film, developed, and now in paper format. So sorry, guys, it might be reflected. But this is the only real. Oh, let's see. Yeah, real good photos of a. That's not looking too well. Let's see. So this one, that one there is a meteor trail. That was the best, I guess, we could do. It lasted 15 minutes.
Okay.
But yeah, these are actually kind of the only photos I've ever seen taken of a meteor shower from anywhere in the southern hemisphere. Really, it's quite. I don't know. I think that's the one thing that I'm very envious of, is being able to, go outside, a nice romantic evening or something. I just have to point out the constellations, not watch meteors.
And there's that big LMC and SMC above you. You can always point those.
When I saw the LMC for the first time, I just could not believe how big it was. I'd seen all these wide angle shots of it, and then when I went to Chile for the eclipse in 2019, we're setting up, taking our time, getting all our mounts polar aligned and everything, and I was just flabbergasted how much of the sky it actually takes up. It's huge.
Yeah.
It is huge, so.
It fills the void that is like around the South Pole, really.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just these two objects. What's it got? Yeah.
So this was taken by Pete Williamson from the UK, one of our Montreal Centre members, when he was out. I believe he was down in Chile or in Argentina or something like that.
That's amazing.
The other cool thing about global star parties, we're starting to make friends with people around the world, and the possibility of going to one of these places and actually meeting somebody that you've talked to and spent some time with, is a real possibility. So I know that any of you guys in New Zealand, if you come up here, we can definitely get you hooked up with people that will want to not only take you out observing, but probably invite you to their homes. So
exactly.
That's kind of the deal. Go ahead.
I think Maxi and Adrian were talking about visiting each other between Argentina and right in Michigan or Wisconsin, Michigan border, basically right there at the Great Lakes.
That's
completely different skies for the two of them, completely different atmosphere. You're talking right there in the middle of Argentina, wonderful street vibe. And then you're talking, Great Lakes area, university town. It's wonderful to see these friendships.
Yes. And the amateur astronomy community is such a special community. We share so many things in the way that we think about the sky. We're all fascinated by the latest findings in science. All of us get jazzed over a beautiful view of something through a telescope, and we can all appreciate, amazing astrophotography. So that's something we all share, and we know that this is kind of something that's been shared for a long, long time, thousands of years. So, for sure. And certainly in the way that we know astronomy in the last few hundred years, so it's a beautiful community, multi-generational. And we know that, David Eicher and I, David's from Astronomy Magazine, we often reflect, we have conversations, phone calls, and we often reflect on the fact that we're living in the golden age of astronomy. All the discoveries that are going, it's just back-to-back discoveries, and it's just an amazing time to be alive.
That it is. It's you're breathless trying to keep up.
Yes, that's right. That's right.
So I just looked up the LMC here. Apparent magnitude 0.9. Am I reading that right? Okay. Not jealous at all. Not jealous at all.
We have meteor showers. We have meteor showers.
Actually, am I allowed to admit that I don't actually love meteor showers? They just kind of get in the way, right? It's like satellite trails, but rocks.
That's true.
So
most astrophotographers I know, they brag if they've got a nice meteor capture in their shot, right? So,
and how big angular size are we talking with the LMC?
Dude, I mean, it looked like to me just kind of like holding out my hands, like it took up that much of the sky. I mean, it was huge, huge.
Do you really see
you just can't believe how big it is when you see it, because you think it's like, oh, it's going to be, the size of the full moon or something. It's big, big, big.
Yeah.
I don't know how many degrees it takes, but
I'd say at least 5 degrees wide, especially the visual part, because you mostly see the central bar. That's the cool thing, is that it's actually a barred spiral galaxy.
Right.
So it'll fill like a finder scope view.
It would. It's just not quite bright enough, because that 0.1 magnitude is distributed over such a large.
Yeah.
3 degrees wide. The 6 full moons.
How much do you actually see?
Yeah, 6 full moons across.
Yeah.
So it's as big as the Andromeda galaxy.
But it's actually visible, whereas the Andromeda galaxy.
Andromeda is not that visible, right? So that's right.
That's why Linus was so impressed by it, right? It's this little blob with a fuzz around it. And that's it.
Yeah,
that's true.
But it's actually kind of cool because in the middle of the city, we can take binoculars, and if you know where you're looking or if you know how to find it, you'll see that little blob with the fuzz around it.
You can still see it. That's right.
And it amazes people that that's a galaxy that's, coming to collide with us. And then, you leave them to their fretful night of sleep, knowing that they're going to collide with the galaxy one day.
Right. And what does the data show for distance of the Large Magellanic Cloud?
Well, I think they're well within our halo, right? Because they are nearby dwarf galaxies orbiting our own.
Okay.
So I'm not
hundreds of thousands.
Yeah, 163 kilo light years.
That's
okay.
Yeah. So it shouldn't really be called SN 1987A, should it?
So if you're in a city with light pollution, do they still see something? Like here, we don't see much with the light pollution.
Yeah. Before the replacement of the streetlights here, it was much harder to see, and it was around Bortle 5, and that was a bit tricky. But when you get it down to like Bortle 4, then it becomes a lot easier. And out at Middlemarch, it's really easy. But I think if you're in central Auckland, you'd have serious troubles finding them. So like, I can't actually really point to it even at the moment and say, hey guys, look, it's the Large Magellanic Cloud. You have to know where it is and what you're looking for. It's probably similar with Andromeda.
With binoculars, how well does the tarantula stand out?
It's pretty good. I'm pretty confident it's naked eye actually, so it does really stand out. Yeah, and it's the same with 47 Tucana. I think the Small Magellanic Cloud gets a bad rap because for being an irregular galaxy, but it has some really interesting nebulae in it because looking at another galaxy provides quite a different context to look at them in, and 47 Tucana is just, I love it as a globular cluster. It's a globby, as Ash says. Yeah, it's just fantastic.
Oh yeah, right. Well, astronomers need to go to the Northern and Southern Hemisphere. That's very clear. So got to check that off the bucket list there. Well, wonderful.
I had a question for you. How, for Scorpius, where you are, is it a bit above the horizon, or must be a bit higher in your sky than in our skies?
Yeah, so Antares is basically, basically at the zenith, almost at the zenith. It probably gets to 80 degrees. And then the tail extends a bit further west. So yeah, I mean, if you're talking about currently, it's it'll be probably be at 45 degrees. Yeah. But it's amazing because, I mean, I can't imagine it being quite low because it's very, very striking. I remember one particular time we were driving down the East Coast, which is, you're looking over the ocean. And I just remember seeing Scorpio sitting there because it's the right way up when it's in the east. And it's just sitting there and it's just stunning, right?
Yes. Yes, it is. Well, I think our Canadian astronomers here are starting to feel the midnight hour here.
Yeah, it's 12:30 in the morning. We managed.
I'm so sorry.
We only managed 5 hours this time. We didn't get to 8.
Yeah, we've done very long global star parties. We have. I've been up here. I'm on Central Time, but I've been up till 2 a.m. With global star parties. So, yeah. But hey, that's what astronomers do. So, that's very
Thank
cool.
you so much, Scott. We really appreciate your
Thank
hosting
you.
this with us. And Linus,
Honor.
thanks for everything.
Yeah.
You too. It was awesome. Yeah.
Yep. I want to thank all the people watching in the audience. We had, again, we had a global audience as we normally do for this event. And it was fun to do it on a Saturday night. So that's great.
So a lot of fun. Thanks to all the presenters. You guys were all fantastic. We had a blast. And now I think I'm going to be spending the next few nights whenever I have some free time just trying to develop some southern exposures, southern hemisphere items, and see what I can get out of it and see if I can enjoy some of these jewels that you guys have down there.
Yeah. Yeah, really, really impressed by all the work you do there in science. That's really impressive.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Hey, I made up a couple of new outros. One of them is for the Montreal Centre, and one of them is for the Dunedin. Is that right?
Dunedin.
Dunedin.
You'll get
it. I'll get it one day. Anyways, you want to watch just for a couple of minutes because they're there, and I'll email them to you. So if you want to use them, you can use them.
Oh, fantastic! Thanks, Scott.
So, yeah, but the point that Kareem was making about being on Global Star Party does. We have some young presenters sometimes. One of them, her name is Levy. She's given 50 presentations on Global Star Party. And she went from, tons of enthusiasm and stuff. And she was 10 when she started. Yeah, she's 11 now, but 50 presentations just in a little over a year. And her presentation style really just, increased, and she got very comfortable talking. You know, we don't do a lot of prep. I mean, this is live, you know, so you know, and the idea of it being live and not really polished or pre-recorded is that we want people to see our passion. We want them to know how we really feel about astronomy and what we do. So that's our format. But you know, and that came across for sure, as it always does. So thank you so much for allowing us to broadcast this. And you know, we'll you know, if the Royal Astronomical Society members want to do anything with us again, for sure we'll do it. So thank you.
Thank you.
We loved it. Thanks.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. Good night.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Right. And
Bye.
keep
Good
looking
night.
up, everyone. Thank you. Bye-bye.